I have my mic off. I just wanted to let Cabinet know that I'm gonna ask you to do introduce yourselves after the board members do a roll call, if you wouldn't mind. And I see Anna.
Am I the only one so far?
No.
It looks like Mr. O'Neill is the only trustee who hasn't joined.
Okay, Al's here. Catherine, are you on?
I am.
Okay. All right. And someone let me know when Brian gets on. Good morning, everybody.
Mr. O'Neill, is that you joining us by phone?
Yes, I'm also coming online.
Okay, do we have Cabinet?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Can't start without you. All right. Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular Board of Trustees meeting on Thursday, July 16th, 2020, open session. And going to have a call to order, roll call. Mr. O'Neill.
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar.
Aye.
Miss Piercy.
Here.
Mrs. Smith.
Aye.
And I'm here as well. I'm Anne Marie Randall Trejo, president of the board. All right. And can we have introductions with our cabinet, starting with the superintendent?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Matsuda, Superintendent.
Good morning, everyone. Jaron Freed, Assistant Superintendent, Educational Services.
Good morning, Brad Jackson, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good morning, Jennifer Root, Assistant Superintendent of Business.
Good morning, Carl Waddell, District Counsel.
Good morning, Manuel Colon, Chief Academic Officer.
And Paulina and Connie, please.
Paulina Morales, Executive Assistant to the Board.
Connie Cobian, Senior Executive Assistant to Superintendent Michael Matsuda.
Thank you very much, everybody. And we're all glad you're here. And we will begin with Trustee O'Neill leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand and join me in the pledge to our nation's flag. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, nation, God, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. And for our moment of silence, as we all know, we're experiencing a lot of turmoil and I would even say dissent and just a lot of trials and tribulations that we're all going through. And I just want to remind everyone that when we look at each other, we're more alike than unalike. And I always believe in that. You look to our board members, you know, as diverse as we are, we have a lot of things in common. Two of us have back-to-back birthdays. Three of us are all in the same era. I think we're all the same sign. two of us love classical music, you know, and there are just a lot of similarities. I think 4 of us have been raised Catholic. 2 of us have parents that are laid to rest in the same cemetery. I mean, you just find out these things as you go along, and you learn more and more about people. And so I want to express unity as we move forward. And this is from Mahatma Gandhi. I offer you peace. I offer you love. I offer you friendship. I see your beauty. I hear your need. I feel your feelings. My wisdom flows from the highest source. I salute that source in you. Let us work together for unity and love. And thank you, everyone. And next, we'll have our 5.3 closed session report. The clerk of the Board of Trustees, Ms. Smith, will you please read out the report actions taken during closed sessions?
4.1, no reportable action taken regarding public employee performance evaluation, superintendent. 4.2, this item was pulled prior to the adoption of the agenda. 4.3, no reportable action taken regarding negotiations. 4.4, no reportable action taken regarding personnel. 4.5, the Board of Trustees unanimously voted to suspend without pay for 1 day employee HR-2020-21-01. 4.6, no reportable action taken. 4.7, this item was pulled prior to the adoption of the agenda. 4.8, the Board of Trustees unanimously voted to make the following appointments. Claudia Ruiz, Assistant Principal, Orangeview Junior High School. Lorena Stout, Assistant Principal, Magnolia High School.
Bravo. Thank you, Ms. Smith, for the report. And Jaren, could you introduce our appointees and have them speak and introduce themselves and family so we can properly congratulate them?
Sure. So let's start first with Claudia Ruiz. Claudia, go ahead and introduce yourself. You have someone with you. This will be your opportunity to address the board.
Good morning, everybody. And I am so honored to have been appointed with such a, wonderful position. I think that, first of all, I have been surrounded by wonderful mentors all my life, 29 years of education and so many capacities. I'm a former proud classified employee that has really showed me the ropes and got me to where I am. So my family today, unfortunately, because of other prior commitments, were not able to join me, but I am blessed with a wonderful supportive family, as many of you know them. So being a counselor for 20 years, I think, has prepared me to where the journey will take me as an assistant principal. So I am honored, as I said, and I pray that, everything that I've learned with the wonderful mentorship I've had will just take me to better places and keep serving our community that I love. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Claudia. And then I also would like to introduce Lorena Stout. She's on the screen. Lorena, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, introduce your daughter, and go ahead and address the board.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lorena Stout. I've been an assistant principal in Anaheim Union High School District for 5 years. Prior to that, I was a math teacher at Anaheim High School for 6 years. I've been blessed to work in this district, and I just want to thank the board and cabinet for this opportunity. I'm very excited and looking forward to being an assistant principal, being part of the Magnolia High School community. This is my daughter, Zoe.
Hello.
She's going to be a senior this year. So, you know, those years go by fast. So, I thank my family, because I think, as many of you know, we couldn't do it without our families. Unfortunately, my husband's not able to be here today. He works for Union Pacific Railroad, and there's no days off for them. So, again, I feel blessed, and I just want to say thank you for this opportunity, and thank you to all of those in Anaheim Union High School District that have mentored me and given me support from day one till this point. So I'm very excited. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lorena. Thank you, Claudia. Board President Randall Trejo, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you.
Well, thank you so much. Trustees, would you like to add any comments? Mr. O'Neill?
Just welcome to your new positions. We know you're going to do well based upon your past track record. So we look forward to seeing you in your new schools, and look forward to hearing all the good things you're going to do. Thank you.
Mr. Jabbar?
Well, congratulations. I know both of you are very passionate individuals, so I know that you're going to bring your enthusiasm and passion to their job. So we're very lucky to have you. Thank you.
Ms. Piercy?
Congratulations, ladies. I'm very happy for you, and I'm sure you'll do a great job. I will be walking your campuses, and I'll be coming by to say hello. So I hope it's a great year for you. I know we're in the midst of a unique year, but we'll all rise to the occasion and do the best we can. So welcome aboard in your new positions.
Thank you, Ms. Piercy. Mrs. Smith?
Good morning and welcome and congratulations. And we wish you well in this coming school year.
Thank you. And I just would like to add that in AUHSD, we are so blessed and we are so lucky to have two of the finest women that I know. And we're so happy for you. But we know that we are getting much more in return. And you're just both wonderful, just outstanding human beings. So welcome to your new positions, and thank you so much. Thank you for stepping up. We appreciate it. Okay, moving on to introductions. We're so happy that all of you are joining us today, but we do have some folks that we'd like to introduce. So I'll call your name and you can just announce how you represent the district. So Grant?
I'm Grant Schuster, president of the Anaheim Secondary Teachers Association.
And I think I saw Brian on the line.
You did.
Okay.
My name is Brian Bannon. I go by Buck, and I am the co-president of Anaheim, the APGA, Anaheim Professional Guidance and Association. I think I got all those letters right.
Thank you, Brian. And I believe Corey's on the line as well.
Hello, Corey Krebs. I'm the co-president with Buck for APGA.
Thank you. And I saw Hilda.
Good morning, everybody. I am the ALTA president, which is the Anaheim Leadership Teams Association.
Thank you, Hilda. I think that's all. Did I miss anyone? Okay, board, due to the interest of time, I would like to move to item 9.2.
Thank you, Board President Randall Trejo. This is our presentation on school reopening, school closures, et cetera. And before we start today, we do have a special guest with us. So we're gonna actually be doing this presentation in two parts. The first part will be with a professor from UC Irvine in the School of Public Health, Dr. Daniel Parker. He will be giving some important and really relevant information that is specifically important to our local community. This information, of course, is regarding the COVID-19 decision you'll be making later in this meeting in terms of which model we'll want to use for the opening of school in August. Normally, we ask the Board of Trustees to hold your questions until the end of the entire presentation, but given Dr. Parker's availability and time constraints, after his portion of the presentation, we'll go ahead and stop so that way you can interact with him and ask whatever questions you might have of him. And then when that is over, then we'll continue with the presentation on our end with some of the updates that we have with myself, Dr. Root, and Mr. Colon, giving you some important updates regarding the school reopening. So having said that, just a reminder to everyone in the Google Meet room, please don't use the chat box function because it's being recorded. And again, board, when it's over, we'll go ahead and turn it over to you to interact with Dr. Parker. Having said that, Dr. Parker, I'm going to introduce you. I think he's going to share his screen because he has a presentation for you, and I'll stand by in case he has some technical difficulties, then I'll go ahead and intervene. So Dr. Parker, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jaron. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out if I can. Let's see.
There you go.
Are you seeing my slides right now?
It's coming on now.
Okay.
Right now, we're
okay.
Picture of you.
So.
Oh.
Okay, and everybody can hear me. I'm sorry. Say again.
Right now, we're here. You have a picture of you. When you hit the present now, you need to hit, click on the actual presentation and then share that. So that way we'll see that screen.
So I hit present now,
and then you should see a box come up.
Is that correct?
Yeah. You'll see a box come up. Click on the presentation and then hit share.
While Dr. Parker's doing that, just a reminder to please mute if you're not speaking. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Jason. Or Jaron, can you repeat that? I didn't hear what you said. So
on the bottom right, you're going to see present now. Click on the present now. Then it'll give you an option. It'll say your entire screen, a window, or a home tab. Probably click a window, and then the box will appear. And then click on the PowerPoint, and then hit share.
Okay.
And then we should.
Okay.
Hey, there you go.
Can you now slide?
Yes, we can see you. So I'm going to go ahead and mute, but we can see you now, or see the presentation.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So. Sorry about the Daniel Parker. I'm an infectious disease epidemiologist. I specialize in studying infectious diseases. I'm also an assistant professor in public health and epidemiology at UC Irvine. And what I wanted to do today was just try to, there's lots of information coming at us really fast, and there's a lot of things we don't know about COVID-19, but what I wanted to do was kind of summarize our local situation with regard to what's going on and where we are with that. But I think to start off, what I really have to stress is how fast moving this disease is. And the reason has to do with some of the particulars of how it spreads. Showing symptoms, it's usually about 5 days. Infectiousness, though, can begin about 2 days before those symptoms show, right? So you could be, so that's about 3 days after you become infected. And what that means is that you've got 2 days there. You've got a short window of time when you spread the disease, and for probably 2 days there, you don't even know that you're sick yet, and you could already be spreading it. That essentially, as a public health expert, it gives me about 3 days to try to track down people who've been exposed, to ask them to isolate, quarantine. Right. So this is a really quick moving disease. There's a lot of data that we're getting, for example, from the Orange County Healthcare Agency. They report data on the number of tests that have been done, number of cases that have been done, and on the number of deaths related to COVID-19. And it's tricky to make sense of this in some ways because there's fluctuations from day to day, right? It has to do with reporting, delays in reporting, delays in classifying deaths, and this sort of stuff. So one way to look at this and try to examine the actual trends is to use a model. And so I've done this with my colleague Vladimir Menon, also from UC Irvine. And what we've used is the number of tests. So the model accounts for the number of tests, the number of cases that are being reported, and the number of deaths that are being reported. And one of the most important outcomes that we get from this model is what's referred to as the basic basic reproductive number or not. It's that little R, it's a capital R with a little 0 by it. And what R naught tells us is how many people on average one infectious individual would infect in a completely susceptible population. So if R naught's 2, that means if I'm infectious, I'll spread it to 2 different people. In turn, those 2 people will spread it to 2 more, and it's growing quite fast. This is important from a public health standpoint because what we want is an R naught that's less than 1. And that would mean that the disease is going away, the epidemic is going away. But when you have an R naught that's greater than 1, it means that the numbers of cases are going to increase until something changes, like a vaccine or a public health intervention that's actually working. And so what my colleague has been doing, Vladimir, what we've been doing together actually, is we've been plotting this R naught over time. And so I hope you guys can see this figure at the bottom here. If you look at the little blue dots in the middle of the lines, first one, or the second one actually on the far left there, this is from the beginning of the epidemic. So that's mid-March. And what you can see is it was up around 1.5. So on average, 1 person was infecting 1.5 other people. And the epidemic was going really fast. We shut things down. And after that, you can see that R naught went down to about 1. It looked like it was going a little bit below 1. Then in May, it started rising again. Essentially, we're right back to where we started. So transmission right now is almost exactly the same as what it was like when we shut everything down. What worries me about this, though, is that our overall case numbers now are much higher. So we're now reporting close to 1,000 cases a day, but we are at a growth rate. Be 5 one day, a couple of days later it'd be 10 consistently, a couple of days later it would be 20. But now we're talking about 1,000. So with that growth rate, it's problematic. And so using this model to kind of project what we expect to happen in the future if things don't drastically change, you can see I've plotted here cumulative deaths. So that's the number of deaths that are being reported over time. Cumulative incidents, so that's the number of new cases, new infections that are happening over time in the middle. And on the right, that's the number of overall people who have an infection and can spread it. And I'll focus mostly on that one on the right because I think it has some real relevance for thinking about school, for example. So if you look at that, our forecast says that if things don't change, at the beginning of August, we would expect to have hundreds of thousands of infectious individuals in Orange County. All right, so I'm taking just that middle projection. It could be higher, it could be a little bit lower, but that middle projection would suggest that given a day in early August, we would expect that 100,000 people would have this infection and would be able to spread it. And let's think about what that means for school opening. So if we have 100,000 infectious individuals on some day in early August, this means that roughly 3% of the OC population is infectious on that day. And if you have a school district with, for example, 30,000 students, we would expect 900 of them to be infectious on this day. And this is a conservative estimate because it doesn't account for the uneven distribution of cases across Orange County, which is the next thing I'll get to. This is just smoothing it across the whole county. If this school district also had 1,200 teachers, 1,000 staff members, we would expect 36 teachers and 30 staff members to be infectious. And this is just on one particular day. So I hope that these calculations kind of give you an idea of what, if things don't drastically change, if they keep going on the trajectory that we're on right now, this should give you some idea what you could expect with opening school in August. And then now I want to quickly move to the geographic distribution of COVID-19 in Orange County. The way I'm going to show this is the number of reported cases per 100,000 people per week. And the color ramp, it starts off with low cases at a yellow color, and then high cases, very high cases in this really dark blue kind of purple color. And I'll do this across time so you can see how the epidemic has kind of changed over time. And so in this map, if you look up at the top, I've taken the zip codes and I've kind of highlighted them so you can see the white border around the zip codes that I think are of primary interest for you all. So in March, what you can see, the overall picture was the highest burden of this disease was actually in the central coastal areas, our most affluent communities, if you will. That's Laguna Beach, that's Newport Beach, Corona del Mar, those areas. It quickly moved though. Started seeing a little bit of clustering in April up in that north central area. Cases were increasing everywhere, of course, this time as well. By May, though, we started seeing a real cluster of high burden of disease in Santa Ana. And then through June, you can see that it's increased everywhere, but we have really strong clusters, both Santa Ana and Anaheim, a few other places as well. So what can we take away from this? First off, infectious diseases they're never evenly distributed across landscapes. I see this when I'm working with Zika, malaria, all diseases do this. And this case, the duality, the burden is going to be much higher in Anaheim and Santa Ana. So I think it's important that that's. And Jaron, I don't know if I need to hand it back over to you.
There you go. No, perfect.
Daniel, can I know we lost you a little bit there, but can you go back 2 slides or 3 slides, please?
Sorry.
Yeah, Daniel, when you it last showed the March county spread, but it didn't show the later ones. So if you could put the presentation back up and do those last few slides.
Yes, I can.
Missing.
Yes, no problem.
Let me know if you need me to walk you through the steps again.
I think I have it.
Okay.
Then if you could also go back to the slide where you're talking about the 30,000 students.
Yes.
Essentially giving the example of our school district.
Yes. So, okay. So the first one, I believe, would be this
Daniel,
slide. Is that correct?
Well, hold on, Daniel. You didn't put it back up. You put up the picture of you.
Okay. So this is.
Daniel, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
So yeah, you just put the picture of you. So again, go to the present now, click a window. And then when the box opens up, you're going to want to click on the PowerPoint and then hit share.
Yes.
Perfect. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, we see it now.
So this is just, okay. So yes, I don't know, I hope that accounts for the number of tests, the number of cases that are being reported, and the number of deaths that are being reported. So this would be a projection using that model, and just picking a day in early August on that. Was there a specific question that someone had about this?
Well, I think, Daniel, this is Superintendent Matsuda. These are really important numbers that you're projecting, because on August 12th, if we were coming to school physically, we could, based on your projections, based on the current rate of the spread, we could expect 66 classified and certificated teachers who are sick that day, and 900 students who are sick on day one. Correct? Now, those are astounding numbers based on the rate of growth right now, Daniel.
Yes. And that's conservative, because it's just like, this is based on the numbers for the overall county. So some parts of the county, like Anaheim and Santa Ana, actually have a higher burden of disease. So I would expect it to be even higher.
So Daniel, that's what I was going to ask you based on this slide. This is a general for Orange County, but if you were to take this numbers and maybe take a look at Anaheim proper, you're probably going to have to increase the rate on this, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you hear me, Daniel?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I can. I'm sorry. So my answer was yes, absolutely. This is a conservative estimate of that.
Can you show the chart after March, the most current chart?
Yes. So let me walk through these again. Can you see March right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so March And then April.
No, not showing.
And then May.
So those charts are
Daniel,
not
those are
showing.
not showing. They're not
No?
showing, Daniel.
Okay, start at March. Let me try again here. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, can you see a map for March?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so April now.
Yes.
All right, now we see April.
Yes.
And then May. And then June.
No.
May isn't up yet.
Yeah,
What
that's
happened
June.
to May?
Okay, we see June. We see June. That's fine. That's good. I mean, just keep it
Wow.
going. There's May.
All right, there's May.
Okay.
Okay, it's gotten progressively worse.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes. And then June is through the charts. I had to change the scale bar because of June.
Wow.
So and you don't have a July yet, right?
No,
It's
there's a
July.
delay of
You're
so
gonna-
there are some cases. It's just getting worse, but there's a delay in the cases. So in the next by the end of this week, I can do the first week of July.
Wow. So, if I may, could you define what you said was susceptible, a susceptible person to be infected? For example, is that going into a situation where there are no masks, or going into a
Yes.
store? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, that's correct. So a completely susceptible person would be someone who does not have protection against the disease. Yeah.
That does not have protection. Okay. Thank you.
That's correct. Usually what we're thinking about is some kind of immunity, but other protective measures should help with that as well.
So
Thank you. This was astounding.
So Daniel, based on your own as a healthcare professional and a researcher, scientist, what is your advice in terms of school reopening?
I can't speak as an economist or anything else. I'm just a public health expert, right? But I can't. What I keep recommending to everybody is being indoors with lots of people is a bad idea right now. I'm avoiding it. I'm keeping my family away from it. Being indoors with lots of people is one of the #1 risk factors for this disease spreading a lot. So I would recommend not having a situation where you have lots of people indoors in the same room.
Okay, board members, any other questions?
So Daniel, this is Al Jabbar again. You don't have any numbers for 0 to 17 that you put on a chart to show, right? I know that the healthcare agency just put out some information, I think last week, about numbers related to 0 to 17 population per zip code. I have the city numbers, but I just want to ask if you had the opportunity to dwell into it.
I have not yet, but I do know they should be able to break that further down by zip code as well.
Yeah.
But so I don't have that today. What I can tell you, I was recently looking at some data from Florida, where cases are also taking off, and what we're starting to see is at first the cases were really taking off in the younger ages, in the 20 to 30-year-olds, and these are people who are sheltering in place and they're going to the beach and the bars, but then they go back home. Now we're starting to see it in younger and older ages as well. So even the people that we've been protecting through the epidemic so far are now getting infected there, presumably because those 20 to 30-year-olds are coming into contact with them inside a household.
Right. Yeah, because the numbers for I was going to present this during the rest of the presentation. So I know you're time constrained too, so we'll talk about it.
Well, thank you. Could you just talk about that really quickly about because we have multi-generational families living in the same home. Could you just really quickly tap on that, what you're seeing?
Yes. Yes. So this is a disease that really spreads within household, and it's not particular to households. It's so at the beginning of the epidemic, we saw cases mostly, especially severe cases, in older age groups. They're the most severe, and we had a real problem with getting tests. What it appears now is that younger people, they are quite able to be infected. Some of them will have severe disease, but not as much as older people. But it does contribute to transmitting to other people in the same household for sure. So this would be my concern. For sure, children are going to get sick. Some of them severely sick. But the real risk is people with comorbidities and older age groups. And if they're living in a household with children or other people, then they can catch it from those people. So I think you have to consider that it's not just the children. We're all part of a community together. We live in households together.
Thank you.
Any other questions from?
So Daniel, I had a quick question regarding your first couple of slides, which I've seen prior to. I want you to emphasize the fact that I know you mentioned that we have a window of about 3 days to catch or contact trace to figure out. So if you could kind of dwell into a little bit about that, because I think it's very important in terms of opening a school. When we bring in students, and if we don't know, if they're asymptomatic and if we really don't know what's going on, that's a huge burden on our district.
Yes. So this is a big task that I'm working on, is trying to train contact tracers for Orange County, and this is a major challenge because of, as you say, we have to do this so fast. So that means you've been within 6 feet of somebody for more than 15 minutes. So that's a contact. And within 3 days of you being in contact with somebody who has this disease, we need to be able to locate you and ask you to isolate for 14 days or quarantine for 14 days. And there are many problems with this, even in the best scenario. So the best scenario would be that you can contact those people, you know all of the persons that were contacts, and you can get them to actually quarantine for 14 days. But we're oftentimes not getting the results of tests back for a week or more. And then the county system has a delay on that even more. So it could be a couple of weeks after the fact before you even find out about a case. And then you're looking for contacts, and it's several weeks of transmission behind. And so my goal right now is to try to set up a lot of contact tracers for Orange County in general, so that when we have cases back down to a manageable level, that we can kind of put this fire out, if you would. But as I'm watching the case numbers, when we're talking about 1,000 cases a day, if you have 1,000, that's 1,000 people who've come into who knows how many contacts in the last 2 weeks, and then you have to go back and try to track all of those people down. It seems that's a major ordeal. But from what I've heard, in the best scenario, each contact will take you about 1 hour of labor. In the best scenario, that's, you already have their phone number, they're going to pick up the phone, and they're going to cooperate. That's at least 1 hour per contact. And then you could imagine with say 900 cases, all of the people that they would have come into contact with in the last 2 weeks. It's a major job.
Right. I think you made a very important point, which is the delay in somebody getting their tests back. I know that in Orange County, it's upwards of, right now, it's upwards of at least a week, right? So we are exposing our students. And then if you put that in the context of Anaheim, If we don't know
Yes.
that, and if we open up school and bring students on campus, especially in certain zip codes where, you know, we know that families are living together, that's a huge, component of spreading this even further.
Yes, absolutely. And so at this point, contact tracing by itself, I feel like it's a little bit hopeless. I'm still training people because I hope we'll come through this epidemic and then we'll get down to low numbers again. And at that point, it'll be very important to have contact tracers. But when we're talking about such high numbers, we're basically at a point where we just have to ask people to not be in contact with other people.
Wow. Well, thank you, Dr. Parker. We really appreciate your time. I know you have a time constraint. I think we're at that point that you would have to leave us. I hope that you would be available to speak to us again. This is so important. But thank you.
Yes, and my slides I've shared. I'm sorry about the internet troubles. So if you'd like to go back and look through my slides, please feel free. I believe Jaron a copy of them, and maybe you already have access.
Yes, Jaron, if you could forward those slides to us, that would be great.
I will do that. Thank you, Dr. Parker. I appreciate you being here with us today. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're now going to go to part 2 of the presentation. Now that Dr. Parker is leaving, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And just like before, we respectfully ask if you can to hold questions until the end. So for our folks viewing on live stream, it can be recorded and clear. And at the end, our team will be happy to answer any questions you have regarding our school dismissal and distance learning update. Just so you know, there's 3 areas that we're really going to focus upon this morning. One is on the parent and staff survey. We did a lot of work to get input from our stakeholders in terms of the COVID-19 and how they're feeling about the reopening. So that will be something that I will be sharing this morning. And then from there, as you know from last board meeting, we have been doing a lot of work in preparing for the reopening of schools, potentially with a blended model. And even if you as a board decide today to support our current recommendation, which is an online model, the pure online model, at some point, as you know, we will be transitioning back to some type of in-person setting. So the work that Jennifer Root and her team have done is still important to highlight because it has already been done and is being done right now. So she's going to talk a little bit about that process so you're aware of what we have done, what we will do when we are in a position to potentially transition back to an online setting. And then thirdly, as you know, Mr. Colon last time spent a lot of time going over the schedules and how things will look if we were to come back in a blended model, because at last board meeting, that's kind of where we were. He's going to spend some time this morning with you talking about the virtual schedule and what that's going to look like, since that's where we're, of course, recommending and leaning. So having said that, I'm hoping you can see my screen. Yes? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me know if there's any problems, if you need me to make it larger. I'm going to go ahead and start with the parent and staff survey data. So I think what's really important, I do want to start off by thanking—
Jaron, do you want to put it on a slide mode? Because I think that way it's pretty.
Let me know if you oh, sorry, the wrong one. Hang on. Can you see it better? Is that better?
Yes, Jaron, thank you.
Perfect. I can't see you guys, so I'm kind of in the dark here. So we're going to start off with our parent survey. And I want to start off by thanking Dr. Henry. We did this work in partnership with the Orange County Department of Ed. That's where you see the OCDE. They really supported the survey, and Dr. Henry was our liaison and working closely with them to not only get both the parent but also the staff survey out. And then she's been working with them on the data collection piece. So I want to thank her for her energy, her efforts in working with them to get us this data. For our parents, I think this is an important piece. The survey opened on June 25th and closed on July 10th. I think this is particularly important because, as you just heard from Dr. Parker, how fast moving the COVID-19 spread has been. We do believe, even though the data is still very telling in terms of what you're going to see, we do believe that had our parents taken the survey last week, their responses might look very different because of how fast spreading this is. As you'll see also, our staff, when they took their survey, it was definitely closer to the timeline that we're talking about now. So you'll see a difference in the way that they are perceiving and feeling about the way we reopen. So I think that's just important to note that the parents took the survey a few weeks back. I think it's important to note this parent survey information was translated into our 3 major languages outside of English, Korean, Vietnamese, and Spanish. It was sent out to our families via email, also via social media. We have been given dashboard results as it relates to these surveys. And of course, any family who had not responded, we sent out reminders every 3 days, trying to get as many families to participate as we could. Just so you know, we sent out about 26,409 surveys. The reason why that's less than our 30,000 students is obviously if a family has siblings that attend our school, you know, a son that attends a junior high and a daughter that maybe attends a high school, only 1 email went out to the family, so it didn't duplicate those efforts. And then as you can see, we got about a little about half, 13,238 responses back, which we do feel is a pretty strong sampling of how in general our parents were feeling. But again, I want to remind you, this survey went out a couple weeks back, so we recognize, and you'll see a slide in here that talks about their perception of how fast spreading the COVID-19 is. We think that the results may be a little different. You can also see the response by grade level. It's pretty balanced across the board. Obviously, the small little 1% you see is our adult transition. Of course, they're a small percentage of our student body anyways, but I wanted you to see how it was distributed across the board. In terms of parent needs, the question was asked in terms of what supports or what needs do they have. 26% of our parents responded with the support of needing food. That's why the work that Carlos Hernandez and Araceli Chavez, our faces, have been doing with the mobile clinics, and our schools have been doing with Orlando Griego's done a great job, has been so important. That's continues to be a high need for our families. You can see 17% need support with our mental health. Adela is on the call today, so if you have questions at the end, she is, and her social workers, along with the psychologists and counselors, have been doing amazing work as well to support our families and our students with their mental health supports and needs. 14% need we're asking for support with childcare. Obviously, if we came back with a blended model or a full in-person model, this potentially could become an issue. It may become an issue now if kids are at home and parents are essential workers and have to go to work. So this is something that we have to continuously be mindful of. And I know, again, Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Colon have been working with local agencies as well to see what we can do about getting some additional support to help families maybe even in this area. And then 5% need support with housing. And 37% had a need for other support. I think it's important to note that the county right now, because they were the one hosting the survey, we're waiting on getting this data from them so we can identify what those other needs are. Just so you know, once we get that information from the county, we will make sure to share that with you so you know what those other supports were identified by our families. In terms of responses by school, you can see pretty level across the board. Cypress High School had a higher level of participation. And then what I also want to show is, this is obviously by percentages, but you'll notice the 19% kind of in the middle of the screen. We also were able to survey our incoming 7th grade families. So I think that's important to note that some of the questions we asked were about their experiences last year. So obviously their experiences were not with us. They were with one of our feeder elementary schools. But we nonetheless wanted to get their input in terms of how they felt about returning to school, because now they are our students. And we definitely want to know what they think and feel about the return to school in terms of what they feel is best for their students. So that's at 19%, a pretty large chunk coming from our incoming students into 7th grade. So again, we have 3 options that we had presented you. One was the traditional school model. This is where students would return back 5 days a week. So as you can see from our parents at that time, they took the survey. Again, letting you know this was a couple weeks back. About 67.4% either marked the preferred or acceptable. And I want to clarify, when they say preferred, that means this is what they preferred, but they were okay with something else. The acceptable is, again, this is what they really wanted. The do not prefer clearly is something that they were not in favor of or did not want. So at that time, 67.4 were okay with a traditional school model. When you look at the combination or hybrid model, which is where we were leaning a few weeks back, this is where students would be in school a couple days a week. I think we were doing the 3rd model, or a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday model, where a 3rd would be on Tuesday, another 3rd on Wednesday, and the final 3rd on the Thursday, and Monday and Friday not being in-person days. We had from our parents a 74.1% rating where this was a preferred or acceptable model. Again, at that time, this is one of the reasons why we were leaning in this direction based on where we were with the data. But as you know, the data has changed and gotten worse. So we do believe this might also change with our families, as indicated by the release that we had put out when we had shared with the community our intent to recommend a pure online model. We got a lot of feedback from families and parents, very much in support of our changed recommendations. So we do think this would also change. And then finally, we asked our families about distance learning. This was the third option where we would be pure virtual. This is obviously the recommended model that we're bringing for you before you today. At that time, we had a 57.8% rating in terms of preferred or acceptable from our parents. But again, we think this might change given the data that was just shared by Dr. Parker and what we're seeing out in the community. Another question that was asked, and again, I want to preface with you that 19% of our students or families that took the survey were not with us last year. But I do think this speaks volumes to our staff and the work they did last spring. When they were asked as parents how often the students were communicating or interacting with their teachers, you had 5% that said no communication at all. You had 48% that said not too often, interacted with teachers 1 to 2 days per week. And as you may recall, in our model last spring, teachers held synchronous models 1 to 2 days per week. So that's consistent with when they were interacting with kids. On the other days, those were asynchronous, and those when kids had office hours or they could check in with teachers if they needed to. That was, you can see an everyday interaction was about 17%, and a somewhat regularly, which was the 3 to 4 days, was 31%. And again, this is pretty consistent with the model we had in the spring. As you know, we're doing a lot of training and work with our staff this summer, and I'm going to be talking more about that a little bit later. We obviously have a higher bar to start the fall. This was more survival learning in the spring. This fall with our distance learning plan, it is going to be a higher bar, higher expectations. It is newer content. So we do expect interactions to be a regular occurrence between teachers, staff, and our students. But this was based on the spring experience. So I wanted you to see that data. And again, 19% came from our feeder elementary schools because our students were not yet with us when they did this survey data. Now, here's an important piece that I think is an important outline: perceptions of the COVID-19 spread. And keep in mind, this was done about 2 weeks ago. So I would imagine, and we would imagine that this would be even worse. But you can see 77.1% of our families believed at that time conditions were getting worse. 12.4% had no opinion, 10.5% thinks conditions were getting better. But at that time, 2 weeks ago, 77% is a high percentage of people thinking it's getting worse. And I think we could all make the case, given what Dr. Parker just shared and how fast moving this spread is, and how the data specifically in our district boundaries, in I think the Sycamore, the 92805, 92803, 92801 area codes has really been hotbeds for the county. I think we would agree that even this data would be considered worse or perceived as worse if we were to resurvey our parents now. I want to now shift to our staff survey. This, as you can see, the window opened July 7th through the 14th, so about a week and a half after we had opened up with parents, when more current data was provided to our teachers. And I think that will reflect in the data that you see from our teachers. I'm proud that the questions, although we've been working with the county, they were developed in collaboration with our cabinet and ASTA leadership. As I think we've mentioned prior, we do meet with ASTA as executive board regularly to vet different things that we're dealing with. So this piece, we got feedback from them and embedded some of those questions into the survey that went out. This survey did go out via email and other social media, and again, reminders were also sent out regularly to staff. I think it's important to note that we have about 3,000 employees in the district. We had about 2,100 plus responses, which I think is fantastic, especially given that most of our employees are on summer break. Of the 2,192 that responded, 62.8% of them were teachers, 29% were classified, 5.9% were other credentialed, could be counselors, administrators, directors, etc. And that 2.3%, those are folks who identified specifically with their job title, and because they did their job title, it didn't get sorted into the classified or other credentialed. So obviously that's going to fall into the classified or other credentialed. It's most likely not teachers who submitted the other, but that's what that 2.3% reflect. Now here's one of the first questions we asked our staff: comfort level with traditional model. And just for those who aren't familiar with the Likert scale, we began with a 1 through 5 rating, 1 being not comfortable at all and 5 being very comfortable. So when staff was asked about rating their comfort level with implementing a traditional model, this goes back to the 5 days a week model, you can see only 27.5% of our staff was considered comfortable or even very comfortable with this model. So the majority not being comfortable with this model. And again, that reflects on the more current data that we have seen and that Dr. Parker shared this morning. When we asked our staff about a distance learning model, not comfortable being 1 and a 5 comfortable, 5 being very comfortable, we had at that time a 64.4% of staff being comfortable or very comfortable with a distance learning model. So again, well more than half. And as you can look at the graph below, you can see a steady climb with the way staff had perceived this as a comfort level. And then comfort level with the hybrid model. The hybrid model is, again, the blended model that we have been proposing a few weeks back. You can see it's pretty much split across the board. 30% of our staff was considered comfortable or very comfortable with this model. And again, this, in addition to the data that Dr. Parker had shared, really was what I think helped the cabinet feel very comfortable in recommending to you the online model because of where we are as a community. And we've always maintained, as have you as a board, that safety for both our staff and our students and our community is always going to be our top priority. So this is what I think helped us really get to that place where we were very comfortable with the recommendation that we're providing. In the survey, we also gave opportunities for staff to give comments. So here are some of the comments that were mentioned. I'm not going to go through and read them all, but as you might imagine, the ones that came back with the highest percentages are no surprise to us. Health and safety of our students, 80.6%. My health and safety, so 74.7%. And of course, the safety of my work environment, 69%. It kind of speaks to, again, our priorities, why I think people were concerned with the in-person traditional model, and there are even concerns with the blended model. As you heard from Dr. Parker, the more we can restrict or not have people together in a room, the better. This made it very easy for us in making that pivot. You can also see some of the other concerns that were outlined in the survey. Other concerns that were listed, there was a 6.4, and I think this is important. These were often reinforced concerns that you saw already listed in the survey data. Again, some were student behavior. What do you do if kids are in the blended model and a kid joking around coughs on another student? So those are the kinds of things. What if the mask is pulled or people aren't social distancing? So supporting staff. And just so you know, we have been holding our student discipline task force meetings. So we are looking at how and the protocols we need to have in place when we do ultimately come back. But we're also looking at protocols and how to handle behaviors even in a virtual setting. So we have protocols in place to start the school year. But you can see some of the other concerns around special education, PPE, which Dr. Root is going to talk about in a little bit. And then again, just juggling both the virtual and in-person setting, because as you know, many of our staff are also parents and have their own students who are going to be going back to school in some capacity in the fall as well. In terms of what kind of support do you need, we asked our staff these questions. Personal protection equipment, or PPE as it's also referred to, 73.2%. And again, Dr. Root is going to be speaking to that after I talk about the survey data, because even though right now our recommendation is not to come back, to stay virtual, we do want to make sure that you are fully aware of the work and the great work that has been done in preparing for these efforts, because we will be coming back at some point. As you know, even if we are virtual, we will still have some staff who are coming back to the schools to do their work anyways. They just won't have students there. So it's emphatically important that we make sure that they are properly protected and that we've created conditions so they can be safe even in those environments. School training and professional learning, the Schoology training is also important. I am super, super proud to share that the training that we've done this summer in preparing our teachers, over 900 teachers have participated in the online standards training that we're doing. I want to give a huge shout out to Jackie Counts and our curriculum specialists. They are just amazing, amazing, very talented and very bright people who've done remarkable work in really preparing our teachers for the start of the fall. I also want to give a shout out to our 5C coaches. They're really going to be taking the heavier lift when we do return back to school and supporting their colleagues back at site. They've done a remarkable job. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank our teachers. For 900 folks to show up in the summer, I think speaks volume to the quality of their character and really wanting to do well by our kids. So again, just super proud of our folks as a whole for coming back. Embedded in that training is Schoology training. We're asking our participants to go through the experience as a student themselves. So they're actually seeing firsthand what it feels and looks like from the student perspective as they go through the training. So we are really confident it's going to have a really positive impact in the way that we instruct students. Again, very different than what you may have seen in the spring. Our teachers are going to be in a much better place this fall to really hit the instructional piece hard. And as you know, training is never a one and done in our district. We believe in ongoing training. And as Manuel Colon talks about the schedule at the end of this presentation, we are building in time so we can consistently each week, if need be, do ongoing training with our staff as it relates to online teaching and learning. And then also that structure of professional learning communities where teachers can work together to share best practices to support students. So those things are going to be embedded into what we do as well. And then you'll see the technology and internet. Mr. Greenwood, who his team has done a remarkable job in getting technology this spring and really prepping for the technology this fall when we go back to school in whatever form, shape, or form it looks like, they're going to be ready. So he's on the call too. So if you have questions regarding the technology and internet, he'll be able to speak to that. But that was some of the support that they felt like they might have needed. And I'll elaborate a little bit more about that. Just so you know, the 9.1%, those are things like they want to make sure there's proper ventilation in the classroom. They want to make sure there was a nightly cleaning routine in place. So when they came back to their classroom each day, it's cleaned. Those are the kinds of things you saw in the 9.1, or they were reinforcing items that they had already indicated on the survey. In terms of technology leads, now these numbers are not percentages. This is the work that Dr. Henry did in really teasing out the number of people who brought these concerns up. So in terms of folks needing a laptop or computer at home, about 40 or 50 people made that request. People who may need internet or hotspots, about 50 people. And again, this is the staff's survey portion that we did. Cameras for my computers, better software, et cetera. You can see the numbers in terms of what people are asking for. Again, Mr. Greenwood's on the call. So at the end, if you have some more specific questions, he can address that. And we do have plans that we're putting together to make sure these needs are met for both staff and, of course, our students. Now, I want to shift in terms of preparing for return to school. This is where Dr. Root is going to take over. And again, I want to highlight the great work she and Diana Gaeta and her team have done, Zora, in really preparing for the return to school. Even if you do decide that we need to return back with a pure virtual model, which is what we're recommending, there's still going to be people coming back to the campuses to even deliver that model. So I'm going to turn over to Dr. Root, who will share the preparing to return to school in terms of the PPE and the way we've been preparing classrooms. So Dr. Root, I'll go ahead and hand it over to you.
Thank you. So just to remind you, from last month, you had presentations from Orlando Griego, our Director of Food Services, who outlined that we will continue to be providing meals, breakfast and lunch for all students. That would remain the same whether we are fully at school, a hybrid model, or at home. We would always ensure that our students have access to healthy and delicious meals. You heard Zora Cronin, our Director of Maintenance and Operations, present. And she presented on the new supplies that we've purchased to be able to disinfect rooms and clean rooms. You also heard from Matt Thomas, our Director of Transportation, who outlined what the Transportation Department is doing to ensure that our buses are socially distanced and disinfected. But the planning goes on every day, and so we wanted to share a couple new pieces with you in addition to that. And so the first is that personal protective equipment and safety items. It's something that we probably have not talked about in numerical form as much as maybe we should have. But reality is, when we closed school on March 16th, or when we had school dismissal, because we've never closed schools, this work began. And so our purchasing department, Brad Manami, our Director of Purchasing and Central Services, Todd Gagnath, our Mona Hernandez, Karen Whelan, who just retired, and Michelle, they've been ordering these things since March. And they've been not only having to work with the reality of how to work from home to do this, but also at the supply chain. We are often told by Mr. Manami that it is the wild, wild west out there, so much that it has kind of become a joke with us. But reality is, if you remember when we went into this pandemic, you could not find toilet paper anywhere. And so the same thing has happened with these PPE type of equipment. And so Brad and his team have worked tirelessly in locating them and locating them at the best price. When this started, masks were going for well over $1 a mask. We now have them down to tens of cents. The difference, had we ordered at the height to now for our 300,000 masks that we have already ordered, would have been a cost of $300,000 to the district. So I also want to commend that, whereas we have also been able to get these types of equipment, that we've done so at a cost that has been financially responsible for the district. So what we've purchased thus far, and again, this is probably just a snapshot, and actually probably has changed from a week ago when we made this slide. We've ordered over 300,000 masks. We've ordered over 3,500 packs of alcohol wipes, 1,500 human face shields, 2,700 humanity shields, and the goal with that was 1 per employee. That is a specialized face shield that has a fabric drape at the bottom, that if you tuck that drape into your shirt, it will allow a person not to wear a mask and a face shield. It allows them just to wear that mask, which is critically important, especially when we're looking at instruction. Our English language learner teachers, our choir teachers, our band teachers, our speech and language pathologists, people that you need to be able to see how their mouth is moving, it is important. But also it's a comfort thing as well. Tough to sometimes talk for 5 or 6 hours with those masks on. We've ordered over 530 thermometers, 360 plus sneeze guards, which would be kind of the plexiglass. We've ordered 450 flute guards, and I included that one, probably one of our smaller purchases, but important for our board to understand that our VAPA team has been actively looking at how do they continue to have instrumental music for our students when we return in a safe manner. We've ordered gloves in 3 different types, latex, vinyl, and nitrile. And then we've ordered over 1,500 plus gallons of hand sanitizer in all different shapes, in all different sizes. We've ordered 1,500 touchless dispensers, one for every classroom, which would be approximately 1,200, and then about 300 extra to go in other areas as we feel are important. We've ordered 40 foot-operated dispensers, primarily for outside the cafeteria food service area, so that if a student walks up, they can touch it with their foot, they get their hand sanitizer, they can walk up and get their food. And then we have about 405 standing dispensers that we've ordered for school sites that would hold gallon bottles of hand sanitizer that people would have access to around the campus. And again, there are other items. I just picked out the ones I felt really were truly a necessity. Additionally, we have had a lot of PPE that's been donated to our district. So from the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, we are receiving approximately 6,400 cloth masks, and that was 2 masks per every staff member and 2 cloth masks per every student. We've received about 70,000 disposable masks. That was 2 and 2, but I think it was 4 for staff members, which is why that number is a little bit higher. We've received about approximately 240 gallons of hand sanitizer, 4,800 face shields, 200 medical grade masks, which were masks that the state sent us specifically for our nurses and our LVNs and our health techs, and an additional 80 thermometers. We also, through the State Council on Developmental Disabilities, which was coordinated through one of our amazing AIM partners, Brian Ton, we also received 30,000 masks and 50 gallons of hand sanitizer. And that particular donation was really their way of helping families of poverty and ensuring that kids that may not have the ability, their families may not be able to purchase masks for them, that we would have those. So we allocated those based on our free and reduced lunch population to each school, so that schools with a higher population of free and reduced lunch students have more of those masks, assuming they will have a greater need. In addition to that, we've also had our maintenance team going out in physical distancing classrooms. So again, we have approximately 1,200 teachers throughout our district. And so we needed to find a solution to going out and quickly ensuring that we had physical distancing in all of our classrooms. Mr. Colon had gone out to Orangeview at one point with Mr. Hernandez, and they had looked at rooms and they figured they could get about, I think it was 13 chairs in a room at that point. And so we've been looking at a goal of 12 to 15 per room. We've set the bar for our maintenance workers that we want if the teacher's desk is at the front of the room, we wanted to keep that as similar as possible, knowing that classrooms are like your home. I told the crew that, you know, having been a teacher, I'd rather have you come move the furniture at my house than move the furniture in my classroom, because I spent more time there. So they've worked really hard when at all possible to leave that familiarity for our teachers. Because it is 1,200 rooms, it takes about 45 minutes per room. And so we are allowing between 45 to 60 minutes per room per day. And we're scheduled to finish approximately July 28th. We also know from, again, from having been a teacher and being in classrooms, that some teachers are going to think of alternative ways that they want their furniture. And we've asked our ASTA group, who have been out there at every day, they're out there at the schools we're doing. At this point, because of our time frame, we really have tried not to take on individual requests, but we've created a process so that when we start to return, and in this case, it still may be August, that teachers could submit a request to have the room design done differently And then we would have a maintenance service worker come out, redo it, recheck for the distance. But our goal at first is to get everything done. And so I definitely want to give a shout out to Zora Cronin and our team of maintenance service workers. Our auditorium techs have been repurposed out there to do this task. Julianne Ferguson, our energy manager, Albert Guerrero, our maintenance manager, George Moreno, our maintenance foreman. They've all been out there every single day making this happen, and they're getting about one high school done in 2 days and a junior high done in 1 day. So this is a big task to take on, but we definitely are knocking it out of the park and getting it done. So again, we will continue on the business services side, just as I know Ed Division is doing, is we are still planning for when we return, even if we do go to a fully virtual model at this point. And that is it. Thank you, Dr. Freed.
Thank you, Dr. Root. And now we're going to shift to Mr. Colon. And as the board may recall, the last board meeting, we spent a lot of time going over the complexity of the hybrid or blended model. Because at that time, based on the data we had at that time, that's where we were leaning. But as you know, if things changing, we wanted to take some time with Mr. Colon to share with you what the virtual schedule would look like. So you're fully aware of what to expect if you approve the virtual model, when students will be connecting with teachers and what that would look like. So Mr. Colon, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Freed. If you remember back on July the 2nd, we shared with you 3 models that we were prepared to implement. And I think that we're still prepared to implement. I want to thank our Opening of Schools Task Force with over 50 members representative of all of our stakeholders, who really thought through each of these models. And as we've always stated, that we will be prepared to implement any of the 3 models depending on the current health and health guidance that we have from our local health officials. And so back on July the 2nd, we did present to you the blended model, because at the time, that was the model that would best fit the current health situation. And as you just heard from our local experts, the situation has changed, and we are in a different situation in terms of the local health guidance. And so because of that, we are recommending a full virtual model, which is one of our 3 examples, and to fully implement starting on August the 12th. And so just to recap what that model is that it will be a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday synchronous schedule, meaning that students are with their teachers virtually. They will see all their teachers, the entire schedule. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, it will be an asynchronous. They continue to do work, but it's independent. The teachers will provide instruction for the full 5 days, but they will only see their teachers on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We also talked about the continual professional development that we are going to have with our teachers. So if you remember, in the blended model, we had professional development happening on Friday. So in our virtual model, the professional development will happen on Thursdays. So Thursday will become a professional development day where we can really focus on that. We will also be providing additional services to students and providing office hours, as well as giving students an opportunity to meet in clubs and activities virtually. So again, this is now the full virtual learning model, which is what we are currently recommending to the board. Now, in looking at the actual schedule, Dr. Freed, if you can go to the next one, this gives you an overview of what that's going to look like for a student. So if you look at the high school schedule, we do have a 0 period starting at 7:35. Each period is going to be 40 minutes. One of the recommendations that was given specifically by our teachers when we were having our discussion about the models was that in the virtual model, and what they learned from the spring, was that going from class to class was very difficult for them and for the students. And so they recommended that we have some breaks, longer breaks in between each period. And so we've accounted for that in these schedules with giving giving the teachers and students a 15-minute break between each period. It gives us 40 minutes of instruction, and with the new guidance with the SB 98, requires us to have 240 minutes per day of instruction. So if you calculate the 6 periods for the high school, it does add up to the 240 minutes. So once again, each period is 40 minutes for the high school, with a 15-minute break in between each period. The other thing to consider is the lunch break. In talking to Mr. Grego with Food Services, we talked about the grab and go. How much time should we allow and can we allow reasonably for the students to get a lunch? So we felt that an hour was sufficient, and so we have an hour break for lunch for students to do the grab and go and then be ready for their class. So that is the high school schedule. For the junior high schedule, because they have 7 periods, the schedule, once again, we do include a 0 period because we do have some of our junior highs that have a 0 period. But for the 1st through 7 periods, it's 35 minutes per period. And again, meeting the minimum requirements that the state requires under SB 98. So once again, these are the 2 schedules for the junior highs and the high schools as we move into the full virtual schedule.
All right, so this concludes our presentation. We now, board, this would be the appropriate time if you have questions or comments, we can go ahead and do that. If it's okay with you though, I'd like to take off the presentation so I can see all of you. I can always put it back up if you need it.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Freed. I'll just open it up for questions from the board. Just go ahead and chime in.
I have one question here, because you say Thursdays would be for professional development on the virtual schedule. And also you had office hours and clubs and what have you. Office hours, are they just on Thursday, or are they going to be on that other asynchronous day? It didn't.
We have that option of providing office hours on both the days. So again, that's still work that we have to do with our teachers. We have a teacher group that is meeting of over 30 teachers. We're meeting weekly. And so we will discuss how those office hours might look in terms of the asynchronous days. But we also want to reiterate the support that we're providing for our English learners and students with disability in terms of the ongoing progress monitoring that can happen during those 2 asynchronous days, the Tuesday and the Thursday.
Yeah, I think what's important for the board to know too is I don't want anyone to think for a second that on Tuesdays or Thursdays teachers aren't working. They are absolutely reporting to work and doing work. It's just going to look different. The one thing that we found in the spring is, especially, and I know Adele is on the call too for the questions, the mental health, both of our students and our staff, to be in front of a computer all day long, it is daunting. And then for the kids on top of that, to have to go back and do work, right? Now they have to do their classwork or their homework. It was overwhelming and it was very, very difficult. So this kind of breaks up where it's also being mindful and protective of their mental health. The training that we're doing really hits 3 big areas. And this is an important piece, I think, for everyone to understand, is 1 is the engagement piece. 2 is the building of an online community. You know, the great work that we've done with like Capturing Kids' Hearts, well, we have to be able to do that kind of work virtually now. How do we create a community where kids and staff feel connected in an online presence, right? So it has a lot to do with teacher presence in that online community. And the 3rd aspect is really through the lens of project-based learning. It's not about quantity, it's about quality, right? How do we ensure our kids through project-based learning, through the 5 C's, are engaging in the content? So we're not minimizing the standards, right? We're still expected to hit the standards, but we're doing it in a way that is mindful of their well-being and also looks at quality over quantity. And the teachers will be connecting with kids on those asynchronous days. And as Manuel said, there may be some targeted interventions and things we're doing on those days with specific student groups so we can give them the attention they need to continue to grow and achieve academically. So I think that's an important note to mention, because I know on paper it looks like, well, what are they doing those days? They're going to be working. And I know ASTA is fully supportive of the schedule that we developed to really build in those supports for both the students and for the staff.
Okay, and I have a question also as far as, oh shoot. Okay, in Schoology, okay, everything is done. I mean, are our students doing everything online, or are they able to do things on pencil and paper and then scan it and feed it in or whatever? I mean, if they're going to be sitting 3 days online for classes, and then they do the work, on their own, does it have to be on the computer, or how is that going to work? That's my question. In other words, are they able to sit down and write, or do they have to type everything into the computer? That was
No,
one of my
But yeah, the
questions.
majority of their work obviously is going to be on Schoology, but as you know, there are now so many cool apps where you can very easily take a picture of something that you did. So if the math teacher wants the kids to work out their problems, they can do that, take a quick picture, and it downloads as a PDF that they then can upload into Schoology. So
Well, that's what I was wondering. Okay, it
So
does
there are
have
lots
that capability then.
There are lots of features and availabilities that we can provide with teachers so kids can still do basic true writing as opposed to just the typing. So there's a lot of those features that we can still embed. Yes.
Okay, good. Well, that was my question. I didn't know whether Schoology had that capability or not. That, because I don't use it, so I'm not sure, Oh, thank you.
I have a question. Are teachers being given any special instruction on how to help students in mental health and physical health on a daily basis, whether it's just 30 seconds in their curriculum every day or once a week or whatever?
Yeah, so I can answer that. And Adela, I know you're on the call if you also want to chime in. But yeah, so we actually, Mr. Carmona, MJ Cook have done a lot of work in terms of PE, in terms of what that guidance might look like. So we can still have kids doing exercise and work from home so they can still maintain that movement. Also, as you heard from Mr. Cologne, that was intentional with the bell schedule to put that break so people can stand, do the stretch break, go to the bathroom, etc. We are also embedding in the training that second concept I talked about, the building of an online community. Part of that is the SEL. It's the social emotional learning. It's connecting with kids. It could be as simply starting your class off with "Tell me something good." Those are the little things you can do to build community, but also address some of the mental health of our students and our staff. Adela, do you want to chime in on a few additional things that I know you are doing to support this work as well?
Hi, yes. So one of the things that we are looking at with the social worker team is just kind of building the capacity to not just to engage kids, but how do you keep them engaged and how do you maintain that motivation? Because one of the things that we've seen with adolescents is that kids who were originally motivated to do this, gradually we began to lose them because it's just draining them. It's just getting to them. So we're looking at how do we build our teachers up to maintain that engagement and motivation with our kids and the specific skills that needs to happen. So we're looking at the long term, not just the initial contact with the students, but and aside from that is how are we connecting them outside the classroom to services, and how are we engaging them outside that time that they're with the teachers to make sure that we're checking in with them in an appropriate way and assessing them.
And also to piggyback on what Adela said too, just a reminder, the great work that we did prior to COVID-19 with mindfulness and illumination, that doesn't go away. Like we have many teachers who are very, very gifted and talented with the work that we've done with illumination and who've been embedding, even in the spring, we're embedding those practices in the classroom. So those things are going to continue. And we do have plans to continue to expand that support for our students and our staff, even in this COVID-19. So more people can be trained in mindfulness as a way to also address the mental health. Trustee Jabbar, you had a question?
Yeah, well, Adela said what she wanted to say, but then I didn't really grasp. And maybe Adela could give me a example of how we plan on doing it. Because we can say it, but I just want to kind of see in practicality how we're going to engage our students. So can you give me an example?
So the traditional way that we refer students to mental health services, right? These are kids that we see are struggling. So what we do at the beginning of every year, and what we did at the beginning of our closure, is we made sure that teachers understood that those services are still there. That if you see students are struggling, that this is the referral process during a staying at home order, right? So what does that look like? The next level was, what do you do if a student is in a crisis and you can't connect with anybody? We did the training for teachers on what to do then. What are some of the things? A lot of the work that we were doing and we were looking at the mental health task force is what lessons do teachers need that are not related to curriculum, but related to engagement, motivation, and social emotional learning. A lot of the work that we're going to be doing with the counselors is what trainings do the teachers need in the area of mental health and social emotional learning. We just did our trauma informed and responsive training for leadership. And we trained about 37 administrators and leaders within the district. And I outlined for the principals what that's going to look like moving forward, the required training that we need to do with the teachers to make sure that we're doing that work. when it comes to the social, emotional, mental health of kids, we have to look at building up our teachers to be able to do this work. A lot of teachers don't have the skills of engagement, and how do you motivate kids to stay connected with us? That's something that we have to keep working on. So there's a connecting to services, there's clear training for teachers, and then ongoing support for teachers that we're planning with the social workers, psychologists, and counselors. So,
And that training is being scheduled during the summer?
where the training that we're doing now for leaders is having that
For teachers.
for teachers is going to be during when they come back when they come back to school. We're asking principals to prioritize that for teachers.
Okay, so that's exactly what I want to do, is to ask to prioritize that, because I think at the end of the day, we're burdening the teachers with a lot more work to do, especially being in a social distancing environment, or distant learning environment. I think we need to give enough tools and training for them so that they could identify and do what needs to be done for our students if they identify kids on a social distancing setting that they're having emotional issues, right? So I want to make sure that that's prioritized.
If I could just interrupt, being the president of APJ, I think that I think we need to be clear that APJ counselors provide curriculum to students on social, emotional, graduation, all of those aspects of removing the barriers so that they can access curriculum and so that they can learn. This model will still provide us an opportunity to reach out to students and provide that curriculum for students. So I just want to make sure that the Board of Trustees understands that counselors will be working tirelessly and innovatively to meet the needs of our students.
Absolutely. Thank you, Buck. And out to your point, that is a priority for us. The training that we're doing this summer with those 3 elements I spoke to, that obviously the social emotional learning is embedded into those elements. So that is something that's going to be ongoing with our staff. And it's obviously teachers are the front line with the kids in the classrooms, but it's all of our staff, because we're all going to be connecting and interacting with students in different ways.
I have a question for Dr. Root. On page 10, you said personal protective equipment. There's a number of 300,000 plus surgical masks, which sounds like a lot of masks. But when we have almost 30,000 students, they can go through that, technically speaking, in 10 days if they don't bring a mask to school and everybody was coming back to school. I don't know what the plan is on passing them out, but are we continuing to buy and stockpile the masks, the wipes, etc., all these protective equipment pieces?
So when we first ordered that 300,000 masks, and it's actually, we've ordered more than that, it was based on the model at that point that students would be returning 3 days a week, 1 day a week, 3 days. So we would have 10,000 students 3 days a week for 30,000 total, and staff 5 days a week. And we do recognize that's about 2 to 3 months worth of masks. We always will encourage that folks bring their own mask. I have my own sitting on my desk, and so I choose to use mine. I know our schools have done a fabulous job for branding school spirit and making the mask more inviting, have done fundraisers to order masks that say Walker, Cypress on them. So kids are ordering those as well. How we planned on handing them out is that when they do the temp checks in the morning, or when they get on the bus in the morning, that those staff would have boxes of masks. And if a child's getting on a bus without a mask, they would be handed a mask. If a child's walking up, they would be handed a mask. We went back and forth. This was a really long discussion about how many to order. We talked about 500,000, 400, and we really felt like we would stick with the 300,000 right now, knowing that the prices come down, and then we would look to see when the prices start to escalate again what we needed to order. But one thing we don't want to do is end up spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on masks that we would not use. An example of this is our first pallet of masks that we used when this happened. We're back from the H1N1 virus, which was back about 10 years ago, and we'd had extra masks sitting in our warehouse for that long. So you're absolutely right to be asking this question, Trustee O'Neill. And we are talking about it probably daily and figuring out
Yeah.
what the right number is and pivoting and ordering as we see fit.
Yeah, I want to jump in too. Thank you, Jennifer. But we've been messaging already, Mr. O'Neill, to the parents and also to the students. And as you know, we are going to launch a pretty massive student health advocacy program, and that's going to be part of the messaging. They feel pretty confident that a very high percentage of students will be bringing their own mask and working with the faces and getting the message out. I think we're going to have, hopefully we'll be pleasantly surprised that a lot of our people will come with their mask. Obviously, we have plenty for anybody that needs one as well.
Okay, so if Mr. President, if nobody else have any questions, I have a few questions that I want to ask.
You know, Catherine, do you have any more questions? Do you have any questions?
I just want to thank everyone. This has been a quantum leap for our school district and for people in education. And I just have always felt very comfortable in my conversations with the district management that they have filled all of the realities that we are faced with. And I just want to let the public know that are listening to this that I think they're being enlightened and probably overjoyed by the quality of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. I had just a couple questions, Mr. Jabbar. So Manuel, I know we still have one more task meeting for the the task meeting, but so probably there'll be a little bit more discussion since it's going to be virtual. But which day would clubs meet? Is that set, or is that going to be open on a Tuesday or Thursday?
It can be open on the Tuesday or Thursday. If you remember from our original blended model, it was going to be on Fridays. So right now, Thursdays is our professional development day. If we had gone to a traditional regular school year, our late start was going to actually be Thursdays. So professional development would fall on Thursdays, which then would be when we would target that for our clubs. We are meeting with our teachers on a regular basis. As I mentioned, we have an amazing group of teacher representatives from all over the district that are meeting weekly. We meet every Tuesday. And so we will talk through each of those pieces to make sure that we can, get that cleared up in terms of the specific days. But I think as of now, we moved everything from the Friday to the Thursday.
Okay. And on the survey, Jaren, do you have any clue about what that 38%, you said that you're going to find out the data from OCDE, and how soon did you say we were going to get that information?
So I have Dr. Henry on the call. I know that we've been working with them, and I think she found out some information on one of the surveys, but Dr. Henry, you want to answer that?
Yes, hi. So the parent survey is the data is being held by OCDE. They supported us. I can see some of the comments, but not for that question, the 38% of needs. And so I am in contact with the data person from OCDE to get them to release that information to me. The way that they released the data was a series of graphics and dashboards. And so while I can see some other of the long answer questions, that one has not been provided at this time. And so I have reached out, and I'm asking if we're going to get either a comprehensive report, or if they can just provide us with the raw data, then we can go ahead and format that for you. And then just so you know, also with that question about needs, with the data that I currently have, we have been able to drill down by school. So we'll be able to provide that to our principals so they can see those, what you saw was a district percentage, but principals will also be able to see the needs of their families for their particular schools as well.
Okay, because I'm just concerned that's kind of a high percentage, and if they wrote something personal, I need, I need police support, or somebody's hurting me or something like that. I'm just really concerned about that data. I hope we can see that really really, really soon. And then, Manuel, I'm really concerned that a lot of our staff actually did not see the report that was done a couple weeks ago because of the comments that we received in our emails. It really showed that they did not read even the letters that went out. Sorry, staff, I'm a little disappointed because I think we try to be as transparent as possible. So I just would like maybe to get that, get that report out again to our staff and just really tell folks to look at the letters that went out. The one that just went out this week earlier, and then the one that was presented. There's a plethora of information that we as a school district, as cabinet, that we are trying to disseminate to everyone out there. And it was a little discouraging to get data back, in a letter form, as if we don't know this information. And so just know, believe in your school district, believe in the processes, believe in the thoroughness, and believe in the transparency and accountability that we have to you. As parents, to staff, that we're doing our utmost best. I'm hearing rumors that the task force only met one time, which is not true. And so I just really want to make sure that everyone knows that we are being completely transparent and trying to keep you surprised of the information as it's coming in. And we saw even today, it's rapidly coming in. And
I'd like to, Trustee Randall Trejo, I'd just like to also chime in here. We've had the letter that went out that recommended the closure of schools that went out Monday. I just checked, 39,000 people have seen that.
Okay.
And the task force, the presentation of the last board meeting, you had something like 30,000 people have seen the presentation on the hybrid model. The Facebook social media commentary on the letter of recommending school stay virtual is probably running 9-1 supportive in favor. And as Dr. Freed pointed out in the survey, I think the rapidly changing climate is shifting a lot of people's opinion. And I echo what you just said, though, and those people who are watching this should really, be part of the AUHSD, Facebook, social media, YouTube, and read. And, we can only send out so many times, and people need to press that button and open it up and read it, right? Especially our own people. So thank you for reminding them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jabbar.
Well, I'll lead with that, and maybe since Grant's here on the call, he could also chime in. I would like, hopefully, Grant, you guys are sending out communication on your end to all the teachers, because I'm sure that they're probably looking at your emails as well diligently about the decision that we're taking, because I was also kind of alarmed right after that email went out, how many emails I got from teachers who were saying like, hey, we want to advocate to go distant learning. I'm like, oh, didn't you just read the email that came out from the superintendent? But anyways, having said that, I want to go to the presentation, which basically is I know that Stephanie just mentioned that we will be drilling down by school in terms of the numbers. I want to make sure that we are paying attention to the schools in terms of the support for mental health, support for childcare. So I know, Manuel, we had a chat about support for childcare, just for the audience, for them to hear what are the steps that we're taking in terms of childcare. I know that we're going into a virtual model, so we don't have to worry about some of our staff. But now that we're going to that virtual model, I'm also concerned that, some of our parents do have to go to work, and now they'll have to have kids at home. sometimes 2 or 3 kids at home. And so what are we doing to connect childcare to our parents and our community members?
Thank you, Mr. Jabbar. That has been a huge concern since the beginning, as you know. We have met with local community agencies. We've met with the cities, the city of Anaheim in particular, to see what options are we going to be able to provide, not only for our students, but for our staff, or for our families, but also for our staff. And so we have been trying to get some clear commitments in terms of the child care. So as of now, we are working with local agencies such as the Anaheim Achieves program that are already on many of our sites, who can potentially be expanding services to provide child care services. We've had conversations with the Tiger Woods Learning Center, again, to see how they can provide some services to our families. And so we will continue to do that in terms of not only seeking what's out there, but also what services can we possibly provide on our campuses.
Okay.
Mr.
The
Jabbar,
next,
excuse me, I just wanted to let you know that these are the types of questions that are being asked as well in the task force. So a lot of our teachers are bringing, and employees are bringing up these concerns as well.
yeah, I'm sure they are. I just want to make sure that the audience gets to know what we're doing as well. In terms of needing support for housing, I know it's about 5%, but I want to make sure that we're drilling down in terms of schools and then maybe providing those services. I'm assuming the survey was anonymous, correct? So we wouldn't be able to track who said what, correct, Stephanie?
With the parent survey, the OCDE holds the data, and because parents were had to access the survey through a personalized email they were sent, there was not an open link. There could be a way, if we had some kind of an emergency, that they, like President Randall Trejo mentioned, something of that kind of nature, that we could drill down to the timestamp. But I, at this point, do not have access at the individual level. And then for the staff survey, just so that I'm transparent, we do not have access and any ability to see who the respondents were for the staff survey.
Okay, so for the parent survey, if we can access it, I would assume that we could go back and drill down, especially if it's school and the principals are receiving it, maybe go back into folks and find out what kind of mental health support they need, what kind of childcare support they need, and then drill down into the specific family and provide that support if possible. And then I am interested in knowing the 38%. I know you said that you're going to be working on that. The next question that I have is, when it came down to the communication during closure, I saw that there were, I want to get the numbers right because that makes a difference in terms of the context of these percentages. Is it question 9, which says, generally speaking, interaction with teacher occurred, and then gives the percentages? Is that the 6,499 responses, or is that the entire 13,000? I just want to make sure that we're making that distinguish in between the numbers. And then does this number also include the 19% who responded who are incoming parents? Because that makes a big difference too.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. Just one moment. So when I pulled up, we did the presentation a little bit earlier. I pulled up the dashboard right now, only I can see it, but that question had 10,060 total responses. So families that answered that question, so higher, but the percentages are the same. So the percentages didn't change, but more people answered. And then yes, it does include the 19%. However, in the supplemental tables that I created for principals, I do have the data without the incoming students so that we could just see our kids, and then also those same questions asked by school. So principals can see the percentage of families that report the level of communication by school.
All right, so if you can send that data to the board members as well, I would appreciate that.
Absolutely.
in terms of trying to figure out if there were 5% who are saying that during disclosure there was no communication at all. I want to find out a little bit more about, or maybe Manuel could reiterate, what's the difference between then and what's the difference that we're going to have right now in terms of, we're going to have a 3-day session where students will be in front of teachers. I want to kind of make sure that, because that's a concern that I always get from parents, is that, look, you know what, we're not getting enough touch from our teachers.
So let me,
to our
can
kids.
Mr. Zavar, can I jump in before you go to Manuel or Jaren on that? That's really the big, huge question. And I'm reading what some of the folks are saying on the YouTube channel as well, because, I want to make it clear to the audience that this is the new law. There's an accountability provision built into the law that the governor signed for online virtual models, hybrid models, and it is about accountability. And the district will be creating a continuance plan. The acronym is the same as an LCAP, but we need to assure our public and our parents that there will be accountability measures built in. And as everybody knows, though, it's a balance between that and the mental health of students in terms of what, from their perspective, what does a school day look like? And that's why we have, Mr. Colon has mentioned, those 30 teachers have chimed in on creating a sort of a compromise, right? Because Monday, Wednesday, and Friday is those are synchronous days in which you have, starting at 8:30, regular classrooms times. But if you notice, the time has been reduced. Plus, there's a 15-minute increment between classes, right? So it's not just go. And the other piece is we are doing massive training this summer on really about engagement, on how to use the learning management system in ways that you can better engage kids, breaking up into small groups. And there's a lot more project-based learning going on. The whole COVID-19 teachable moment will continue. We have a lot of teachers interested in sort of developing projects and mini units that are going to be more engaging for kids as well. So I'm confident that we'll be able to make a deeper pivot and assure our parents that not only are classes going to be different from the spring, but with the teacher support and having 900 of them say, yes, I need to improve my game, I think that's pretty awesome. And then the layered piece of the mental health, we have systems in place. And as Brian mentioned too, the APGA, that all hands are on deck. And I do feel that we have a pretty comprehensive, complex plan in place. I don't know if Jaren and Manuel, you want to add to that. But again, this is the law. I mean, the accountability piece is part of what we need to be. We're accountable to the parents, to the taxpayers, and there is concern that student engagement is not what it used to be. And we're very aware of that, and our teachers are aware of that, and that's why they want to up their game.
So, Mike, I think you answered, I don't want to, drag this on. I think you've answered some of the questions related to that for me. So what I want to propose is I want to see if we could, because I think we're going into a new model, if we could get into use the same template or maybe refine the template in terms of a parent input survey, maybe middle of our semester or towards the end of the semester, so that we could get that input back to see how we as a district improved on that, because that goes back to the accountability part. And if we can drill down based on schools in terms of numbers, that allows us to kind of go back and hold systems accountable, which I'm a big proponent of, is that we need to make sure that we're upping our game on a regular basis. I have all the confidence in our teachers. Once you give the necessary tools to them, that they're just going to rise up to the challenge. It's just that we want to make sure as a district have the data to go back and make sure that we're able to hold people accountable. The other question that I had was in terms of Schoology training. This is now I'm going into the staff survey, and it said what kind of support do you need? And it says Schoology training 33.2%. But I thought that we already gave, and in the past presentations we've been told that 100% of our teachers already got the training. So I want to kind of bridge that gap. Can you explain that, Jaron?
Yeah. So so yes, we've done multiple trainings over the last year with our teachers. But as you know, before COVID-19, not all of our teachers were using Schoology. I think it was about 60% using, 40% were not. So even though they've received the training, they were not regular users. So when COVID-19 hit and everyone was gone Schoology, there were a number of folks who were using it, but they weren't using it with all the features and bells and whistles that it comes with because they haven't been regular users. So that's where this summer, the training that we're doing is really bringing that back to light. But again, it's connected to those concepts I had mentioned earlier. So it's not just about using Schoology, it's how to use Schoology effectively to engage, to build an online community, and to do project-based learning through the 5 Cs, right? So it's really going to be hitting that. And I think now, more so than ever, you have not just an awareness from our teachers across the board, but a hunger to really grow that now. Because some folks were just resistant because they were nervous. It was technology that wasn't their comfort level. But now that they were forced to do it, they see that it's not so bad. And now there's a higher interest in wanting to do that, which I think is evident when you have 900 people show up to training in the summer. So I think part of that feedback was that,
okay, so my understanding that 32% will be like extra training then, right?
yeah, but just like any good teacher, we have to differentiate and scaffold. So there will be some teachers that need the basic level support of Schoology, and there will be many teachers who need the enhancements of Schoology because they're already proficient at the basic level. So that's again where the skill set of our curriculum specialists and our LDC or 5D coaches come into play, where they can really scaffold and differentiate to better meet the needs of the teacher where they're at, so they can grow their own practice.
Okay. So the next question that I have is regarding special needs students. I know we've discussed this multiple times, but I want to make sure that, every single time that we talk about it, that our parents have an opportunity to hear this, is that how does this affect, how does the virtual model, going 100% virtual model, affect our special needs students, and how we as a district, it's kind of like mental health, right? How are we going to specialize in supporting our needs of our students? If you can explain that again for the audience.
Yeah, so again, big shout out to Celeste Kruger, Amy Maya, our special ed staff. I know Tracy Olson's done a lot of great work. It's going to affect all kids, right? And let's be honest, it's going to affect all students. But with our students with disabilities, there's a number of things that they're working on. And as Carl will also say, this is something the whole state is wrestling with. What does this look like for students with disabilities? Because let's be honest, there are some students who, for example, may have autism, and they may struggle because they're not with a teacher in front of them, they're on a screen. So how do we think outside of the box to provide that additional support or that unique support to help a student, as that example, to help them be successful? So there's a lot of discussions taking place. I know Celeste and Amy are working with our support staff, our instructional aides, and our teachers in really building what that model might look like. They're also working with other special ed directors and the CASELPA director, Paul Levine, on these supports as well. I know part of our plan is to be flexible and adaptable, that it can't be what we do for all is just going to work for them. We have to be thinking creatively. At the end of the day, our charge and our expectation is that the goals and objectives that are outlined in each student's IEP or individualized education plan, they need to be adhered to, right? So we need to figure out ways creatively to support students in meeting those goals and objectives. It's looking at repurposing some of our staff, right? So some of our special ed staff may be needed to use to help support students in different ways than what they used to and how they used to support staff. So there's a lot of that work and a lot of those discussions that are happening as we speak. I know Manuel and I met with Celeste and Amy yesterday, and we were talking just about this piece, that there's a lot of discussions in terms of what this is going to look like and supporting them, knowing that it's not business as usual. And we're going to have to be thinking outside the box to provide those supports.
So now going back to what, but thank you, Jaron, for that. And I'm very confident that Celeste and her team will do a great job with that part. I want to go back to the original question that Brian asked in terms of PPE. Jennifer, I'm assuming that we don't have to purchase more PPE in terms of masks or stuff like that as of right now. With the stock that we have, I'm very comfortable, but I'm assuming because we're going virtual, 100% virtual, that we don't have to purchase more for at least the upcoming semester. Is that accurate?
Correct. Yes. So what we're doing though is keeping an eye on the prices and how they're going up or down to know when we can pull a trigger, because we also don't want to wait till they're back, at $1.50 a mask and then find us having to buy them at that cost. So right now with going virtual, we're completely comfortable for the semester. If that's the length of time we are on virtual, and probably beyond that even.
Okay, so here's my ask, and I'm going to ask this publicly in terms of because we do have we do have 300 plus surgical masks and all that, and then I'm assuming that 300,000, does that include the 30,000 masks donated by Brian Ton?
No.
So it's separate.
It's separate.
Okay, this is an ask that I'm going to be asking. I'm assuming the rest of the board members would also agree. Latino Health Access did request off me, just because I'm my day job, to look into mass donations to them because of the work that they're doing in our neighborhood in terms of Anaheim zip code related testing. So I'm not sure how much of that we could actually allocate to help out, because in essence, it is going to most of it will be to our families. They are having a little bit of shortage. I'm trying to work with the county to see if they could receive a little bit more, but that is something that I would see to work with Latino Health Access to see if we have an opportunity to maybe provide some of those masks to them. And then I think I have some comments in terms of opening of schools, and I have some numbers to share, but I'll reserve that for our resolution part of it. Thank you, Ms. President.
Thank you, Mr. Jabbar. Catherine, did you have any other questions for Brian?
No.
No, I'm fine.
Anna?
No questions.
So just a suggestion, maybe, I know when we begin the fall semester that it's going to be very important communication. I just was wondering how soon were our principals going to be reaching out to our families to have, coffee with the principal, something like that, to that effect, because I think they're going to be more important than ever. And I think they're going to have a lot of attendees since people can do this Zoom. So I would just suggest that they start doing those, and especially having the staff meetings as well as soon as possible.
Yes. So, and just as a reminder, next week we have our annual leadership advance with all of our leaders. That's officially technically when our assistant principals return back to work, some of our psychologists, program professionals. So we'll be meeting with them, and we have a large chunk of time allocated on the first day in the morning to really go over the reopening of school and all the little elements that are factored therein. So we will be doing that. And the principals, we've been meeting with them already every Wednesday, even though some of them on summer break. They've been great about coming back on Wednesdays to connect with us and for us to be able to give them regular updates. So that is something that we'll be sharing with them. I know many of them are probably watching right now as we speak. So yes, we will be working with them on a strong communication plan, because one, some of it is on us as a district to communicate, but then they're going to go to their principals with, I want the specifics, right? So yeah, we need to equip them with the answers and the how-to, so that way they can have those meaningful conversations with their community.
Okay, I have I'm sorry, Anne Marie, sorry, I just had one more question quickly regarding the technology needs. I looked at it, so on our staff one, it talks about the laptop or computers at home, and it says 40 to 50. Does that mean that we're looking at 40 to 50 teachers who are, I know 40 to 50 teachers who need laptops? Is that accurate?
It's 40 to 50 staff. We'd have to go back and drill down whether it's teacher, classified, et cetera. But yes, that's what that survey indicated.
Okay, so I think that's very important, right? I mean, if it's teachers, especially teachers who are getting into interaction with our students. We need to figure out that part. And then it also, again, 50 hotspots or internet access, right? So we need to make sure that those are taken care of. Again, if we can't drill down based on schools, maybe ASTA could help out in reaching out to their membership to figure out who is in need, and then we could work with them. And I see that there is like camera for my computer, a better software, microphone for my computer. So those are all things that will be needful for a quality delivery of education. So I want to make sure that we are getting on top of that in terms of our staff.
Correct. And I know Eric's on the call as well, but yes. And you know, last spring we had a number of teachers ask if they could come to their classrooms because no one would be in them but the teacher, because then they would have strong internet, they'd have all their materials there. So that's something we've also talked about as a cabinet, since the schools have done a risk assessment. So there is a protocol in place to keep them safe. They would be socially distanced and they'd be in their rooms by themselves. That's something we've also talked about as a possibility for those staff that have those kinds of needs or those requests. So that might also help with some of those folks who are making those requests or who have those kinds of needs as well.
Okay, now you got into a different topic for me. So are we asking teachers to come on campus then? Or you're saying like the teachers who don't have access to it?
Yeah, not necessarily. We believe that if someone can do their job from home, they can do it from home. Just like we did in the spring, but there may be situations or circumstances where it is appropriate for someone to come into the classroom or to the campus. They would just need to follow the risk assessment protocols, make sure they're wearing their social distance, and then they could access their classroom to do asynchronous lessons, for example. But yeah,
I personally know some teachers that want to come in because they've got so many of the materials in their classroom that they need to utilize.
Right.
So we really do need to allow teachers who want to come. We're not going to tell them to come, but who want to come. And I'm sure there's a varied number of reasons, but I'm thinking about as myself as a teacher, you have all your references, all your tools or whatever. And I can see, especially in some where they need the classroom. So
right.
I certainly hope, and like you say, they're in their classroom by themselves. Okay.
No, absolutely. And I agree with you. But again, we're going back to the whole issue of contributing to the numbers, right? I want to make sure that if we are in terms of COVID numbers, right? Because we don't want to be in a position where we're asking or we're allowing teachers to come on campus. Yes, we're going to ask them to socially distance. Yes, we're going to ask them to wear a mask. But inevitably, we're opening that where people will congregate because they're seeing them after a long time. And we don't want to be that venue or the access for them to have that situation. I will probably encourage, like we did when we closed schools and we told them to come in and pick up their stuff, maybe ask them, like, if you want to come in and pick up your stuff and go home, do it. Now, I still have a concern if you have teachers who don't have access to internet, don't have access to computers, inviting them on campus is not something that will be prudent. If you're taking a decision or making a decision that, you know what, you shouldn't be on campus, then let's make it blanket and not invite folks to say like, hey, if you want to come in, you could come in type of a mixed message.
That's not what I said. I'm saying there are teachers who are requesting it. And I'm sorry, there aren't going to be that many teachers. Out of 140 teachers on a campus, you're not going to get that many of them that feel they need to come in. But there are going to be a handful that want to utilize what's in their classroom. And I think we should allow that. And I'm not afraid that they're adults and they'll know what the rules are. And they're not going to be standing around and kibitzing and all because they're supposed to be working to begin with. I kind of disagree with that opinion. So
we will,
anyway.
yeah, we've talked about this internally and we will support the teachers that do need to come in. But I think there would be very strict protocols, a list of teachers coming in, where they're teaching, that sort of things. Because sure, there are going to be those who want to come in, and we do want to support that. So, the district is listening to our people, and we know we want to support them, but we want to support everybody responsibly.
Yeah. So good questions all around. Thank you. And we also could be working with Schools First because I know that they have grants and things for devices if they want to outright purchase. Teachers want to outright purchase them. So I know they have they have zero interest loans for that, and if we could just allow them to have that knowledge, because sometimes people just would want their own devices too. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for the information. It's a lot of moving parts and a lot of moving pieces to this. So next we're going to go to our reports of our associations. Mr. Okay.
I'm sorry to drag it on, but I would, encourage those who are watching to compare our virtual 100% online model with other districts. Because I do think that it is going to be tough on kids to have them come Wednesday and Friday every period. But I want to, we're trying to balance, but many of the districts that are going virtual are every day, regular classroom instruction virtually. And we felt, and Manuel's committee of the 30-something teachers felt that would just be overkill. So we've taken a compromise, but also still feel we're meeting the requirements of the accountability law. If the audience want to take a look at it, it was signed into law by the governor on June 29th. It's the big bill, SB 98. Take a look at that. Inside of there's a lot of accountability provisions in there. So, I'm really proud of the work that the task force has done, and with input from the teachers who are on the front line, also that will demonstrate accountability to our parents and our community, at the same time mindful of students' mental health needs as well. So thank you.
Hey, Mike, how big, how huge is that bill? How many pages is that? Do we know? Is it too large to put on our website?
Yeah, it probably is. There's a lot in there because that's the bill that supports the entire funding for this year. It also protects certain of our essential workers, and but that was part of the trade-off, because in order to support our public schools during this crisis, the public wanted more accountability. We all get that. We're funded by the public.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and with that, can we have a report of our associations? Grant?
Yes, thank you, Anne-Marie. Good morning to the trustees, cabinet, community, and the many teachers tuning in to the online for the meeting. Today, the board is gathered to make a decision based on countless hours of planning, discussion, and work that in the end is controlled by a virus and its impact on public health. Going back to the time school campuses were shut, our members have been working harder than ever to adjust their lives, their teaching and their support of students. The lockdowns increase of our community have actually increased the amount of time we have spent planning for next year, with several possibilities as options. The largest work group has been the Opening Schools Task Force, which has met several times since May. It is so important for all of us in the district to have a voice in the planning and decision-making process, to give input, as well as to have a say in what we actually decide to do. Today, I have one of our teachers from the task force, Heba Taylor, an English teacher from Cypress High School, to talk a little bit about the work that's being done.
Good afternoon. I almost said good morning, and then I realized it was already noon. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of teachers on the Opening of Schools Task Force. As you are aware, since May, the task force has been working to create models for our upcoming 2020-2021 school year, and I'm honored to be a part of this dynamic group of district personnel and educators doing this challenging work. The district realized how critical teacher input is and subsequently formed a teacher-only task force with representation from every site and across disciplines. I too serve on that team as well. Thank you, Board of Trustees, for considering the distance learning model for the 2020-2021 school year. As we move closer to the opening of the school year, the task force and the teacher input team will be pivoting our focus to the distance learning model. We have some of the basic work completed for the model, but there is more work to be done, and teachers need to continue to be a part of the decision-making process. It is now time for the district to pool its resources and expertise in creating a robust distance learning model that addresses both the academic and socio-emotional needs of our students. The district must allocate time and resources into additional professional development training and opportunities for teachers to learn best practices in online teaching and refine their technical fluency. These learning opportunities for teachers will not only give them the agency to curate their own online curriculums and implement them with fidelity, but also shore up teacher capacity in technological literacy. These investments in teacher capacity that we are asking the district to make can have long-term benefits and payoffs. For instance, all teachers will possess and be able to confidently utilize 21st century skills daily. Teachers will then be able to impart these skills with confidence onto their students in creative and innovative ways that might have never happened had this crisis not forced a technological response. This crisis is an opportunity to elevate our technological game and learn new skills and tools that will allow us to approach teaching and learning in unique and clever ways. Tools that teachers will have long after COVID-19 has faded and abated. The district has an opportunity right now to invest in teachers and develop teacher capacity in online teaching, and we implore you to make that investment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hiba. And I cannot emphasize enough how important the work with this group will be, no matter what the decision of the board is today. Eventually, this public health crisis will dictate a hybrid model that will be part of our return to a regular schedule. And I also want to say it's very important and it's understandable that for the length of this process, we focused on the hybrid model because the public health situation dictated that that's what we should do and what was most likely. We only spent about 5% of our time looking at the distance learning model. And I think it's incredibly important for this committee to continue to work and look at the needs of the students and the teachers and the campuses as we go forward and be able to pivot, Mr. Freed, to whatever sort of situations might be dictated by that. In regards to the decision being made today about the return to school, I want to make it clear that ASTA stands 100% behind the decision to implement distance learning to start the year. Make no mistake in understanding that teachers want nothing more than to return to class with our students. Unfortunately, the current public health conditions leave distance learning as the only safe choice. By now, we're all aware of the not only climbing numbers of cases in Anaheim, but also the higher rate of COVID positive tests indicating a faster and deeper community spread that would endanger students, staff, and community. ASTA calls on each member of the board to support this model of return to school until we are able to come back to campuses safely. I also want to commend our our proactive district leadership in partnering with county health officers to bring testing sites to several of our high school campuses in our community. This kind of partnership can help our local neighborhoods stop the spread of the virus and fill the gaps created by government inaction. I want to commend our teachers for everything they have been doing this summer as well. Our members have been part of the Opening Schools Task Force, our own ASTA Return to School Committee, groups working on the expansion of e-learning and CVA, as well as community outreach programs, getting food to our families, which was the top concern in the district survey. Several members have also been spending Monday and Friday mornings delivering milk to communities on the east side of the district. During this meeting today, if the board does implement the distance learning model, I want to also explain the importance of building the best model we can to educate our students. This model will never replace in-person seat-based classes and the relationships they build. To this end, ASTA is very pleased with the training that began with the help of teachers and to become proficient and eventually expert within the model. We must continue to invest in training and get teacher input to determine how to best support them in this new model. Finally, I'm hopeful we can come to a quick resolution on our 1920 contract negotiations. We put them on hold at the start of this crisis, and we look forward to coming to an agreement quickly so we can focus solely on the implementation of our new learning model. In closing, the gravity of our public health situation cannot be overstated, and ASTA as an association, and I personally appreciate all the district and the board has done to put into this decision-making process. We will all support each other moving forward. Thank you, and this concludes my report.
There we go. Thank you so much, Grant. Thank you, Heba, for giving your presentation. Would Brian or Corey like to speak?
I'll go ahead and speak really quick. I really don't like following Heba Taylor, but that was very well put. Grant, thank you very much. I think at this point, I'm going to let Corey talk because she'll do a much better job than I can at this moment. But thanks for the time, board.
Thank you, Buck. Hello, everyone. This more than likely will be the last time I will be able to address the board as APJ co-president. While my tenure is up, there is great news. Another counselor will be potentially joining Mr. Bannon next year to highlight, advocate, and support the APGA union. I would like to thank you all for your kind words, support, and appreciation for what counselors do in AUHSD, for our staff, for our students, families, and community. As counselors, our job is to guide students to be the best versions of themselves. We do this through academic advising, social emotional support, and college and career education. We advocate for students, staff, parents, and anyone or anything that makes a school a place where everyone feels welcomed, supported, and valued. I would like to highlight the tremendous amount of work counselors were doing at every school site, being flexible with navigating our roles virtually. Counselors have and will continue to support our students in the following ways: created Google phone numbers to contact students and families on their personal devices, had at least weekly grade level meetings with their students to keep them engaged, held office hours where students were able to request one-on-one counseling appointments, conducted at-risk meetings with students that teachers reported were not attending, sent out Google Forms to assess for students' social emotional concerns, contacting those in need or requested and referred out if needed, conducted and when needed, collaborated with social workers and school sites in conducting suicide assessments and continued support, made CPS reports, attended virtual IEP and 504 meetings, conducted hundreds of meetings to offer COVID waivers for students to graduate on time, attended graduation ceremonies after our work year ended, scrambled to offer summer school options to students who were credit deficient or wanted to take advancement courses or dual enrollment. Many again worked extra days over the summer to ensure every student was enrolled. Continued to respond to student emails over the summer regarding summer school or other concerns. Attended some summer virtual PD, how to support social emotional health of students, and other meetings such as navigating the virtual schooling learning for students. Created and implemented mindful lessons that have also continued for some over the summer. Achieved ASCA goals created annually. ILC counselors reported we have reached 1,000 graduates in its 10-year history. The A through G rate increased by 4% at Western's ILC. Counselors are also busy creating lessons for students focusing on social emotional health, mindfulness, and how to be successful virtually, just to name a few. This is just a fraction of what we do, but I felt it was important to highlight. I want to thank Mr. Carlos Hernandez for his leadership and advocacy for our team, Mr. Brad Jackson, Dr. Freed, and Mr. Colon for our countless meetings, emails, and patience while I learned my role of APGA co-president, Ms. Amanda Bean for creating systems, structures, and support, Dr. Root for your guidance, support, and friendship on the sidelines at our football games, Finally, our COSA, Mary Jo, for all her hard work during the last 2.5 years as a huge support, advocate, mediator, and leader. The counselor on special assignment was a vital position to creating systems and added support for counselor growth. When the budget allows, I hope the position is reinstated. I want to especially thank AUHSD school counselors. Oftentimes, our group goes unnoticed. We have not always done the best job of highlighting all the positive things we do, using data and the new systems we have set in place. I am sure we will continue to advocate for how important our roles are on our campuses. It can go often thankless, and for many of us, the best token of gratitude is when our students are successful. I want to take this time to thank every counselor in AUHSD for their commitment and love to our students, staff, and community. I hope that collaboration, growth, and support remains a focus for our board, especially as the budget tightens and possibilities of cuts are considered. While all positions in our district are extremely important, I believe counselors have made huge shifts and strides to meet the current needs of all students. Additionally, I believe everyone has enjoyed the reports from our union members, highlighting how much counselors do at our school sites. I hope the team reports continue and data shows how much of an influence each team makes on their students' growth and success. Thank you. To our students and families, we miss you all terribly, but we will see you all online soon. And that is it.
Oh, fantastic. Whoever's going to replace you has big shoes to fill, Corey. We've really truly been blessed to have all of the highlights that you've brought to and the awareness that you've brought to not only the board, cabinet, our AUHSD family. And so thank you so much for your service. And I know this is just not the last time we're going to see you. I know you're going to be checking on everyone. So board members, if you have anything to add.
I do, yeah. Corey, I miss your presentations at the board meetings, and hopefully somebody else will step in and be just as vibrant as you've been. You've done a great job. You really have. And thank you much for your service.
Thank you.
Well, I'll echo that. I know I've mentioned this to you numerous times before. That was awesome to have, the school presentations. I think that came under your leadership. So I appreciate that. And I know, as Anne Marie said, huge shoes to fill. So good luck.
Buck's got this. I'm not worried.
Yes, and I'll ditto that too, twice, maybe 3 times. I really enjoyed the presentations that you instituted this past year. It's been very informative, hearing from the various campuses what they're doing, different perspectives. So I hope that whoever takes over your position, along with Buck, will continue on those presentations. We wish you well. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And Corey, I just wanted to add thank you for everything and for your professionalism. I know that you leave this position feeling with great heart that you accomplished all your goals. And again, thank you and best wishes.
Thank you, everyone.
That was wonderful. I know, Adrian, that you had sent a chat. Would you just like me to read that, or would you like to go ahead and respond?
Anna Maria, good afternoon. It's I'm out here at Ball Junior High. I'd just like to say thank you. Regardless of the decision you guys make, you've given us an opportunity to prepare the schools for whether we're in a moment's time we open or we don't open. We're ready to go. August 12th was our deadline. It seems some of our sites are trying to get there, and whatever decision you guys make, I support. Again, it gives us more time to get some of our projects done that we're able to do in the summer. Those are talks that we are having right now with maintenance and operations as far as projects that were on hold because of time. So I'd just like to say thank you for everything, and keep going. Thank you. Nice job.
Thank you, Adrian, president of AFSCME. Appreciate you. We're available always as board members to you and to the team as well. And we appreciate your We appreciate your appreciation. Thank you. And Hilda, are you still on the line?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President Randall Trejo. Good afternoon, boards of trustees, Superintendent Matsuda, and Cabinet. Thank you for the opportunity to give you a short report, although I will say that our team has already shared a lot of what has been going on. So I'll just recap some of the things, but more than anything, I want to, again, thank you for including so many of the stakeholders into the conversations as we're dealing with this pandemic and trying to make the best decision, holding both the safety of our students, community, and members as a top priority. So I wanted, again, to share that food distribution continues to take place at every site. Those have been going really well. And the partnerships that our leadership has built with communities and organizations have been a tremendous help for our communities. And so I want to appreciate that. And I want to thank you. I know some of you have been out to the sites as food is being distributed. Also, all the risk assessments, as I was mentioned earlier, they are done at every site. So we are ready to go. Whichever way that you decide this morning, we have been very proactive in making sure that we're following the social distancing guidelines. And we've been doing a lot of work in the opening task force. So I want you to know that our sites and our leaders are ready to take on whichever it is that we decide today. Also, we attended trauma-informed training. We are very much aware that there's going to be some social-emotional needs, not just of our students, our community, and our staff members. So we want to make sure that we are implementing some of those best strategies and practices, and that we are aware of those. And so we went to some trainings, and we're doing some additional trainings next week. Additionally, currently right now, sites are working on the retrieval and pickup of personal items. So we are making sure that we're following those protocols, but we do still have students that are needing to pick up their PE stuff, or they are returning the band instrument because they're not going to be in junior high anymore. And so we want you to know that those are being held, and we are making sure that everything is followed. And we're doing alpha scheduling. And so we're taking every precaution as possible. And we're only distributing the things that are needed. Additionally, we are going through registration, finalizing that process, and making sure that our students are coming in, are feeling supported, especially if they're coming from the elementary school, and then again transition into high school. So the registration process is going, and we are calling parents and also making sure that if we have to do virtual appointments and things like that, we're doing those as well. As I mentioned, we have leadership advanced yesterday, so we look forward to hearing more details based on the decision today on how we can open up strongly, obviously, whether it's online or in a hybrid model. And again, I want to commend so many of our leaders out there, administrators, who I've seen on their own time on Facebook groups and book clubs, just wanting to learn more about cultural responsible and equity practices. And so there's a really strong dialogue, and a need for us to make sure that those things are coming into our professional development. And so many of us, we see each other off, the work hours. And so I want you to know that also we're spending some of our time really reading about, learning about, and thinking about how we're going to implement those and make stronger practices at our school site. And lastly, it was already mentioned, but I just want to commend our leadership and our being so proactive in making sure that we have the right data and that we have partnerships, really looking at our partnership with Latino Health Access and the County of Orange, and opening up the test center for our communities and the mobile testing center. So just really important about being aware of the needs of our students and knowing what they need. And so I just really want to commend everyone for their work. It has been a lot of work, but as it was mentioned, it has really been a collective effort. And so we're ready to go, and we really appreciate the time you give us to give you some of these reports.
Thank you, Hilda. And I'm glad you brought up again one more time, the partnership that, they were drawn to us as a district because they know that they can count on AUHSD, due in part to our leadership team, due in part to our counseling, due in part to our teachers being out there, and our classified staff being at the ready, being so positive and pivoting and researching and collectively working as a team to solve these issues. And so, that is due in part. Now we're trying to figure out how to solve the COVID crisis because of all the work that you all do. We don't do it in silos. We don't do it alone. And as you said, many of us are out there in the Facebook and showing that we're out there in the community and working. So we have such a valued reputation with that. And so it could be undue stress that we're having to deal with this issue, but who else is going to do it at this point? Go ahead.
I just also wanted to add, because I forgot to mention, and you were asking us to do this. I'm actually meeting with my staff today at 2. Many of us have these check-in connects informal just to keep people updated. And so I want you to know that communication from the site level has been happening. I know some people send maybe a weekly or a monthly, update and things like that. I know already from my staff, I probably have like 40 people that have said that they're going to come and connect. And so we know how important it is to keep the communication, the transparency, and also we want to make sure that we meet people's needs, because we tend to forget that we as adults are also going through a lot of stress, and we want to be in the best state of mind to serve our community. So that's really important. So I do want you to know that the sites are communicating and are meeting with staff, many in a volunteer basis, but that is already happening, and we have been meeting with the principals and the leadership, and so we want to stay connected when we know this work is really important and crucial at this time.
Thank you. You knew I was going to ask you that it is important work that we stay connected, because yes, the adults are going through a lot too. Any other board members want to ask any questions? Okay, you did a thorough job. Thank you so much, Hilda. We appreciate that. And so moving on to our public comments. I'm sure we have many. I was wondering if we could possibly kind of categorize the comments, condensing, because usually we only allow about 20 minutes for the same subject. If there is a way that we could do that, Carl, maybe just and highlight some.
What about 7.2?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see PTSA on the call, but I apologize. Is there anyone here representing PTSA? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Moving on. Carl, I'll just. We want to hear the comments. How many do we have? But I'll just ask that question now.
Well, so this morning we have public comment that is on non-agendized items. So we have a number of those, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 11. And they're primarily about ethnic studies. That was a topic of conversation that came up a while ago. I was going to suggest that we take the non-agendized public comment now. We also have public comment on reopening of schools under 10.1. So perhaps we would hear that public comment when we get to the resolution. We can certainly do it all now, but it may make sense to break that up. How would you prefer?
I think that's wise.
Okay, and it's a little hard to sort of estimate. So there's those two broad topics. It's a little hard for me to tell, how long it will take to read through these. But if you do feel that I'm exceeding the time limit, let me know, and I'll try to be efficient with my reading.
Okay. Well, we want to hear what everyone has to say.
Okay, so our first public comment this morning comes from Randy Quinn, who is an Anaheim Union High School District resident. And again, this is about ethnic studies. I am a student of AUHSD, and I, along with many students in the AUHSD community, want ethnic studies to be a graduation requirement for all AUHSD schools. Our current curriculum teaches American history from the perspective of white Americans, while skims over some events addressing race. For example, we looked at how America annexed northern Mexico during the Mexican-American War, but not how Mexicans living there were affected by the border changes and the civil movements led by Cesar Chavez. We looked at how the Japanese were put in internment camps during World War II, but did not analyze their lives within them, as well as some Japanese heroes who came from those camps. We looked at slavery and the Jim Crow laws, but skim over the Harlem Renaissance and ignored the Tulsa Massacre. With our country severely divided right now, it is crucial for every young American to learn about how each race it acts within the events of American history. I truly believe that this division within America is caused by misunderstanding and ignorance. And I truly believe education and a proper curriculum would be one of the best solutions to restore the unity in the United States. Our second comment comes from Martha Geary, also an AUHSD resident, also on the topic of ethnic studies. When will the board consider making ethnic studies a requirement for our high school students? Given that the district serves a majority of students of color and underrepresented students, it would be expected that these students can learn about their history in their K-12 public education, and that non-students of color may also be educated on other cultures through an asset-based, culturally responsive curriculum rather than a deficit-based, white-centered curriculum. As a former AUHSD student myself, who went on to UCLA and am currently enrolled in a PhD program, it was saddening to me that during my time with AESD and AUHSD, that my curriculum was one-sided and not culturally responsive. Puente was probably the only program that offered me literature and curriculum that was related to my culture and identity. I enjoyed my time at AUHSD and am very lucky to have had a great education. But I was also in honors and AP courses where teachers are oftentimes more invested with their students and hold higher expectations than with their regular students. This is based on personal communication with other students. What can we expect from the board and district in regard to this request for mandatory, not elective, ethnic studies high school requirement? The next comment is from Angelina Abano, also a district resident, on teaching non-Eurocentric history. I want to start my comment off by acknowledging that though I am no longer a student of AUHSD, and the experiences I will be sharing may seem extremely specific, they are meant to illustrate the ingrained socialization of whiteness and white acceptance. Now, in my time as past student of AUHSD, I was a student of the junior high school Oxford Academy, particularly famed for its high standard and quality of education and student life. However, I believe it's important that more than just a select amount of people understand how I and several others feel about this school and its brand, as it ties directly to what I want the Board of Trustees to address within the AUHSD education curriculum. Oxford Academy harbors students from privilege and prides itself on unaccommodating standards. This is a well-known fact of the school's purpose and existence as an entity. To which I say, I wasn't too unexpectant of the environment and I was choosing to get myself into. Yet, besides my already somewhat pessimistic regard for the culture that awaited me, several aspects of Oxford Academy remained completely inexcusable. Throughout my time enrolled, it was normalized to perpetuate microaggressions against students of non-conventional Oxford Academy mold. Teachers and students alike were condescending and borderline racist. I say this as most memorably, strong prejudice was held against students of non-high socioeconomic residents, which seemed to most teachers be directly linked towards student performance. That is, if a brown student couldn't particularly articulate their words as well as an Asian student, you can probably guess how they typecasted and treated them for the rest of the year. Oxford is most definitely a place that values academic performance of its student body, yet there seemed to be a crucially fundamental screw missing: basic moral empathy. Most of the misguided stereotyping was most times in some form of elitist disconnect from the perspectives of high academic achieving students. Despite almost the entirety of the student body being minorities, there was a divide, and the perpetual existence of this particular gap seemed to grow as we got older instead of smaller. I found the greatest issue in being unable to minimize this disconnect was the lack of willingness to educate students on situations outside of a white appeasing context. The lesson from day one as a student seemed to be, how can I best equip myself to become a tool for capitalism? My personal vendetta for the capitalist propaganda isn't necessarily what I want to touch on today, so I'll skip over that. But to want to ingrain monetization of time and existence in children, growing up in inherently colorist and racist cultures due to years of imperialist and colonialist propaganda, before articulating the structure of historical racism, didn't sit right with me. It's reflected in the students' disconnect with each other and simple despise for city colleges. It's connected in the way teachers wanted to normalize having dumb students and smart students. It's connected when teachers told kids that they'd never make it and should settle for reality. Like, explain to me what exactly is reality. I use my experience at Oxford simply to highlight that even in spaces placing academic success foremost, quality education and understanding of others seems to fall second. Therefore, including this area of study in the AUHSD curriculum would most likely give way towards more worldly and empathetic students. The next comment is from Juliana Fan, also an AUHSD resident, also about ethnic studies. AUHSD has made several efforts over the years to encourage civic engagement and education, enforcing a graduation requirement on volunteer hours and hosting events such as TED Talks and civics projects. However, while these efforts are effective to some degree, they present activism and civics as just another bullet on the checklist to graduate and apply for college. As an alumna of Oxford Academy, I have seen the ramifications of that calculated approach to civics education. Many Oxford students, particularly those more privileged in terms of ethnic and economic background, live in a bubble where grades and college acceptances have precedence over social issues. In my experience, initiatives such as the volunteer hours requirement and civic engagement projects have made little to no impact in changing the mindset because it only provides a momentary surface level exposure to advocacy and social justice and injustice. Instead of actually fostering future leaders, that tends to foster a self-advancing, distorted version of activism that benefits students' resumes more than the actual community. Many students complete their volunteer hours and their projects successfully without fully understanding why their volunteering was important and without any intention to continue that service after the project is over and or their requirement is fulfilled. That apathetic pseudo-activism is the fault of neither the students nor the teachers involved. Students, especially at Oxford, are brought up and educated in an environment where time is limited, grades are glorified, and socio-political issues are ignored. While the teachers and schools have good intentions, the volunteering and civic engagement requirements are, by nature, insufficient without additional civics or ethnic studies education. On the other hand, an ethnic studies course forces students and the entire campus alike to have a prolonged, in-depth education, understanding, and discussion about race and the people's role in democracy. This will by no means resolve all issues surrounding race or guarantee that every student will graduate socially aware and actively anti-racist. Nevertheless, an ethnic studies course is the first step toward changing the culture of the student body. It can encourage AUHSD residents from childhood to see the true status of race relations in America, have empathy for those less privileged than themselves, and be more willing to challenge injustices as civic-minded leaders. Unlike the district's current efforts, it can offer students the background information that will make them more likely to actually choose volunteerism and activism once they graduate and it is no longer just a school requirement. Our next comment comes from Dan Tran, also an AUHSD resident, also about ethnic studies. Good morning, Board of Trustees. My name is Dan Tran, and I am an alumnus of AUHSD Oxford Academy class of 2017. I'm grateful that my 6 years at AUHSD have prepared me to enroll in and thrive in post-secondary education. With that being said, the district has failed to educate students like me about living in a diverse world by not having ethnic studies as a graduation requirement. I took a quarter-long ethnic studies course during my sophomore year of college as a graduation requirement. The course involved reading 10+ page-long peer-reviewed articles every other day, film analysis, and engagement with current affairs. The class did not teach me to hate white people or America, nor did it involve angry rants and rallies for certain political parties or beliefs. It did teach me about the often neglected stories of many ethnic groups in the US and how many of the injustices we see in the world today were created and are maintained by current social, economic, cultural, and political institutions. Discussions took place in a Socratic seminar format and centered on the relevant topics of the week, with participants expected to be respectful towards one another. The class became more relevant to me as the last day of lecture occurred hours after the Christchurch shootings in New Zealand. That lecture was given by a guest lecturer who discussed Islamophobia and how Western involvement in the Middle East sowed the seeds for the terrible events that day. The history and civics courses at AUHSD schools fail to adequately teach students about the stories of different minority groups in the US. I'm so grateful for wonderful teachers who aim to incorporate viewpoints not found in the curriculum. But these noble efforts were eclipsed by more utilitarian purposes, specifically preparing for AP exams. Having ethnic studies as a graduation requirement will allow all AUHSD students to learn more about the history of marginalized communities without the pressures of high-stakes testing. Ethnic studies is relevant to many students in their communities. 49 languages are spoken by students in AUHSD schools, according to the district's website. Ethnic studies asked why speakers of some of those languages and their families ended up in the US in the first place. Your vision statement declares that AUHSD will graduate socially aware and civic-minded students. Ethnic studies educates students of all backgrounds about the social divisions that prevent liberty and justice for all from being fully realized in our country and encourages them to participate in civil society. To conclude, the creation of an ethnic studies graduation requirement would allow AUHSD to achieve its mission for students by allowing them to hear stories not mentioned in current classes, tie historical events to current affairs, and engage with issues that they may not have thought about or may disagree with. Ethnic studies classes are not a panacea for all of society's ills, but they offer a platform for some of these issues to be studied and discussed. Thank you for listening to my comment. Our next comment comes from Anha of Anaheim, also about ethnic studies. Last summer, I took intro to Chicano studies at Cypress College. I just turned 17 and will be a high school senior at Oxford Academy this fall. During this ethnic studies course, which lasted only 5 weeks, I learned more about my community and my voice than I ever did during the 5 years I've been at Oxford Academy, the second best school in California. As someone who has been at Oxford for so long, I can say this with confidence. Oxford Academy does not shape minds to change or improve the world. Oxford is a robotic institution of rigor that relies on calculated numbers for reputation and measures the worth of their students based on classist, elitist, inherently racist standards. Why is it that my peers with straight A's and high SAT scores are the ones who use racist, homophobic, anti-Semitic slurs at school and are uninformed about world affairs and government? These kids will soon enter the workforce with internalized bigotry and bias, perpetuating the cycle of inequality in our world. Our school system has failed us and washed away our identities. It seems that AUHSD loves to speak about diversity only when it's convenient for them, but continues to neglect nearly 90% of its students who are people of color. We want ethnic studies, humanities, public policy. Teach us the racist history of Orange County. Teach us Asian, Latinx, Black, Indigenous, South Asian, North African culture. Give us compassion or your 5 C's mean nothing. Superintendent Matsuda, you sent out an email following the outrage of George Floyd's murder and said you were proud to see us stepping up for our Black peers. Today we are stepping up for ourselves and our peers, and we have every right to be angry and empowered. Make ethnic studies a graduation requirement now. Next comment is from an anonymous resident of Anaheim about ethnic studies. Ethnic studies should be an AUHSD graduation requirement because it is extremely important that the students of our district learn the history that actually represents them. I am an alumni of AUHSD. During my 6 years of being a part of the district at Oxford Academy, I hardly learned anything that truly accurately described the history of our country. I went into my first 2 years of college completely clueless on the history of the US. It wasn't until I took Ethnic Studies 101 during my fall semester that I learned how much I didn't know. It angered me to know that I wasn't taught the true history. It is extremely important that students learn the true narratives in order to feel represented and understand that we are still not past racism. Our students should not be graduating without learning the truth. The next comment comes from Amreen Kaur of Cyprus, also regarding ethnic studies. On July 4th, I created a petition calling for AUHSD to adopt an ethnic studies graduation requirement, and since then it has received 1,190 signatures. The students and parents of AUHSD want to see the curriculum represent the student body and be actively anti-racist. AUHSD is a minority and majority district, with the student population being 67.8% Hispanic or Latino and 13.1% Asian in 2017. Ethnic studies classes in countless studies have shown to improve academic achievement, empower, and increase student engagement. Even in diverse student groups that include white students, ethnic studies classes have shown an increase in empathy, improved racial attitudes, increased cognitive development, and higher democracy outcomes in students. Students of color deserve to see themselves represented in the history and English curriculum. In an analysis of the History Social Science Framework for California Public Schools, of the 96 Americans that were named for study at the secondary level, 79% were white. Schools are doing a disservice to students by failing to adequately include the perspective of people of color in the curricula. Adding on, history classes often see the past through rose-tinted glasses and fail to recognize that racism is a current issue and not one that ended with the Civil Rights Act of 1964. We are not taught about redlining, the war on drugs, Black Wall Street, which is misleading and doesn't show the full picture of American history. We're also calling for AUHSD to revise the curriculum to be accurate, anti-racist, and contain a more diverse representation of Indigenous, Black, Latino, Asian, etc. groups in history, English, and other subjects as deemed necessary. Some people might hold the belief that ethnic studies classes are divisive. However, ethnic studies as a graduation requirement would help students bridge differences that already exist in experiences and perspectives. Los Angeles Unified School District and Santa Ana Unified School District have already decided to make ethnic studies as a graduation requirement, And I believe that AUHSD should follow suit in order to actively raise a generation of empowered and socially aware adults. The next comment comes from Uni Kim, also about ethnic studies. The way that schools have taught history has favored white stories over Black, Indigenous, and people of color stories for some time now. With an ever diverse and progressive era, the education for the new generation needs to reflect that. As a school district with a majority of Black, Indigenous, and people of color students, you have the responsibility of making sure that each student learns applicable life lessons equally. And that starts with teaching Black, Indigenous, and people of color stories that have long been covered up to favor a white demographic, so that all students feel represented and proud of their ancestry. History should teach students about people, about the decisions that they made and how it led to a better or worse outcome. Much of the world's development has come from talented people, not just talented white people. Students should know that. By adding representation, you are teaching an accurate version of history while spreading the message that Black, Indigenous, and people of color students are valued. Please consider adding ethnic studies to the curriculum. The next comment comes from Gurneet Kaur, an Anaheim Union High School District resident, about ethnic studies. I believe that AUHSD should be making ethnic studies a graduation requirement. In history, we study many people and events, and the majority of them are not people of color. However, looking at AUHSD's student population, the majority of students are people of color. I believe these students should see themselves represented in the classroom as well. Speaking from personal experience, I pay more attention to topics in class when they are related to me. If everyone is represented in their classes, they will try harder and be more engaged in class. This graduation requirement would also help non-people of color students understand more about other cultures and be open to new ideas. The next comment comes from Ashley Bowie, an AUHSD resident, about ethnic history. This past summer, I was able to take the course American Ethnic Studies at Cypress College. Over the duration of that course, I felt more empowered and knowledgeable about American history due to the fact that it did not continue to regurgitate the same Eurocentric-based history. By the end of the course, I was ashamed that my high school education left out the deep struggles of assimilation and systemic oppression that many groups went through in order to favor a history that is pro-colonization and ignores important history like Native American assimilation, deep impacts of Jim Crow, Sleepy Lagoon case, Japanese internment camps, etc. Or simply put, a history that glosses over these very struggles in favor of a history that sees people like me as very side characters of American history. I learned more in that class than I ever did in any honors or AP course at Oxford Academy, and has empowered me in so many ways possible. AUHSD is composed of different ethnic backgrounds, yet we only learn about history from a perspective that praises the efforts of the white man and ignores the beautiful and complex history of all of us. Where is our Chicano history, our Indigenous history, our Asian history, our Black history? We want to learn our history, and I feel it should not be a question of whether or not we should get to learn that. Please make ethnic history a graduation requirement. That concludes the general public comment.
Mr.
Thank
President,
you.
can I ask a clarifying question real quick?
Sure.
All right, so I want to, first of all, wow. Powerful statements by our current students and alumni on requesting and advocating for ethnic studies. So kudos to all of them who actually put in the time to write this. I asked this last board meeting, I asked the board to join me and also asking the superintendent looking into bringing ethnic studies as a graduation requirement. Since we have folks, I'm assuming all of them are watching as well. Jaren, can you kind of give us a little bit of an update and where we are at? And I know that you could also talk a little bit about the access to ethnic studies that we have at AUHSD.
Yes. Before that, Mr. Jabbar, I was just going to remind everyone that usually board members are not allowed to respond to public comments. I just want to make sure that we understand this is a little unusual. You're asking a clarifying question. You're not actually responding to what we hear today. But yes, before that, Mr. Matsuda, would you like to respond to that first, or would you like to respond after Dr. Freed?
Well, I too would like to echo the board's comments and thank the students and alumni for chiming in on ethnic studies. It's a very complex issue. We do have a couple of committees that are looking into this, the Black Lives Matter Task Force with teachers involved, and I know that ASTA with Grant, under Grant's leadership, has also have a committee that's looking at sort of what are we doing to address more of a climate of inclusiveness, including ethnic studies. So I think you're going to hear, the board is going to hear more as we get more information from these task force.
Yeah, so just to chime in and add a little bit more to what Mike said. First, I also want to thank our students and former students for submitting their public comments. I'm also just blown away and super impressed with the power of what they shared. And I do want to share, I think as a cabinet, we're all in agreement of how important ethnic studies is. And I think we mentioned this at our last board meeting. I know Trustee Jabari just asked me to kind of rehash this since they may not have been a part of the last board meeting, but I'm also super proud of the work our district has done where although it's not a graduation requirement, we have been one of the first districts, secondary districts in the county where we have been offering ethnic studies for a number of years now. And again, I want to clarify, it's not a requirement, but it is something we've been offering. We've offered it at a number of our sites, Western ILC, Anaheim ILC. It's been offered and been taught by Loera High School by one of our teachers, Anaheim High School by one of our teachers. We also currently offer ethnic studies as a part of our dual enrollment opportunities for our students. So Cypress College and Fullerton College have been a part of that process with us, which we're excited about. Many of our high schools are currently offering it through one of those formats, but there's a couple schools where they did offer it initially, but because of low interest or low enrollment, it had to close. But as you know, with everything that's been going on the last, especially the last several months, I would suspect the interest is definitely much higher for these kinds of opportunities. Per our last board meeting, Mr. Colon and I have met with Mr. Hernandez. He, just for the folks who are watching, he's our Director of Curriculum and Instruction. He's going to be overseeing this task force and looking really at a couple of options. One is ethnic studies as a grad requirement, standalone class? And if so, where would that fall? Would it fall under social science? Would it fall under English, et cetera? So that's one of the things the task force will have to wrestle with. Two is it a class that could be integrated into existing courses? So as you heard from the students who just did the public comments, could it be embedded or integrated into our current U.S. history, government classes, world history courses, in English courses? There's a lot of teachers in our district who, through the work that we've done with civic engagement, have already begun to integrate lessons and activities that clearly support ethnic studies and bring that awareness in their classroom. And then three, could it be a combination of the two? Right? Could it be a standalone and something that's integrated into current existing courses? So when we met with Mr. Hernandez, our first task was putting a task force together, making sure we have the right people in the room. So we're working with getting both administrators, current teachers, both in English and in social science to be part of that task force. We'll also be working with Grant for ASTA to select a few teachers in addition who would serve on that task force. As Mike indicated, simultaneously we have through Dr. Egan's and Carlo Davis, teacher at Catal High School, they're going to be working with the Black Student Unions and Black Lives Matter movement to really build capacity and awareness in our district, especially this fall and into the year. So a lot of things are happening simultaneously, and I will be able to report back updates as we progress, but we anticipate beginning this task force when school begins and our teachers are officially back at work. Just so you know, we have a couple of folks who are in our district that we're going to definitely tap into to be a part of this task force. As you know, Jose Lara is a resident expert in ethnic studies, has done a lot of great, meaningful work. He will also serve on our task force. And then Paul Magalis, I know he's a teacher in our district who just left to be a professor at Cal State Los Angeles, but he is still living in the community. I know that he has done a lot of great work, really being the pioneer for ethnic studies in our district. he will also, I think, serve on this task force as a consultant and giving feedback. Before he left, just so you know, I have gotten his files. I have all of the materials, activities, all of the work that he has done. I will be sharing that with Ruben Bettino, our social science curriculum specialist, who is working with Carlos on putting some names together who will serve on that task force. And then again, I'm excited about the work ahead, and I agree with what the student said. It is something that is of high importance to us, and we will be coming to you shortly with some recommendations. But I do want to put the caveat: this is not something that's done overnight. As you can imagine, if we decide to integrate, for example, there's some work in not only integrating that curriculum within existing curriculum, but then there's a lot of training that's involved in getting our teachers up to speed in terms of how they deliver that curriculum, and doing so with sensitivity and again, that culturally responsive teaching. And then the nice thing is we already have the coursework and the curriculum that for the standalone classes that have been in our district, so that may not be as heavy a lift if that's the direction we go. But again, it's training teachers, making sure we have the right folks who are teaching that, because that's going to be critically important too, that when kids are being given this content, this curriculum, and these experiences, that it's done with a teacher who exercises great compassion, great sensitivity, and that awareness of the larger context of what's happening in society as we speak. So we will provide you updates along the way in terms of how this task force progresses. So thank you for the opportunity to speak about that work, Trustee Jabbar.
Thank you, Dr. Freed. I'd like to add a couple of other things too. I noticed that in the YouTube chat box, one of our Puente teachers, Robin Turner, pointed out that we've been we're a very strong district in Puente. We have that at many of our schools, and even we are piloting at some of the junior high schools as well. And as Dr. Freed, and Puente, of course, is an English class that has culturally responsive teaching, especially a lot of Latino literature in there. We also are a leader in the whole seal of biliteracy, and we have a number of world language teachers, including DLI teachers, that incorporate cultural role models and a lot of integration of the histories of minorities in this country. And the other thing too is we are a district that does not teach to the test. The teachers currently have a lot of freedom, art teachers all across the curriculum, and we've seen so many great examples of sort of integration of ethnic studies into the curriculum and into the projects. Look at the whole COVID-19 teachable moment projects. There are a lot of cultural components in there grounded in social justice. One of the students mentioned the emphasis of civic engagement in democracy schools, and I, that there's a whole spectrum out there, but I can tell you enough teachers really believe in it for the right reasons and are trying to position civic engagement in ways that are grounded in social justice. So students have opportunities to help make change in the world for the better, making the world a better place through that 5th C. And I'm glad that some of the students are writing to hold us accountable in terms of what our 5 Cs really mean, what democracy really means. This is certainly the time to address those issues. But it's very complex, and we are, I think, ahead, as of many other districts in offering ethnic studies through dual credit. You had mentioned at Oxford Academy, there are ethnic studies courses through Cypress College that you can take at all of our sites. So in a way, by default, especially at the high schools, we have that opportunity with our partnerships with the community colleges as well. So thank you again, students and alumni, for voicing your opinions. And one thing I noticed too is that it was not like you cut and pasted those comments. Those were all well crafted, separate, based on your own experiences. And at least you can thank the Oxford teachers for that, right? Because you can write a good argumentative essay, and I really commend you. And we're listening. We hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jabbar, for bringing that forward at the last meeting. We learned a lot, and I'm hoping that the students and alumni who wrote in understand that we are listening, we are hearing. A lot of us are like-minded, and the more you learn about what we have, and the more you learn about what we have in place and what we've already been doing, I hope that assuages you know, a lot of your concerns, and that we are working on this. You know, we're just really impressed. We love when our students voice their opinions, and you did learn your civic engagement, practice your civic engagement today. So thank you. Any more comments, Mr. Jabbar?
No, I thank you again, and thank you, Mike and Jaren, for taking a look at that. I hope to see something in the coming at least weeks to figure that part out as a graduation requirement. Thank you.
I also have a clarifying question. When people are talking about Santa Ana, to my understanding, they only have like 3 courses.
I'm not sure what they have in terms of how many courses, and I know when they just approved it, I think it's over a few years for them to work towards developing the requirement. And I'm not sure what it's going to look like. I think they, like us, will be putting a task force together to determine what that's going to look like. But I don't know what they've done prior. I can look into it and get back to you, but I don't know off the top of my head, so I don't want to give you that.
It was my understanding, not to put them down, but I know people are holding, you know, their graduation requirement as if it's happening yesterday, and I know we know that it's not. It's taken some time, and I know that what I thought I heard is that we had more courses comparatively to them. So, just saying. Just saying. Sharon, did you, hi, our CSEA president, did you have any comments? We can bring you in at this point.
I actually just remembered that you guys were doing this. So I'm like, oh my God, I got to get on here. So sorry about that, because I've been dealing with employees and stuff. So I actually didn't hear what you just said. I actually just got on, so I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. So
Okay, well, do you have a report to give us? You missed that portion, so I just wanted to make sure that you gave your input. We haven't gotten to 9.2 yet. If you wanted to chime in.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I do want you guys to know I've had quite a few people calling me because they're very anxious, very concerned, very worried, very, you know, I mean, they're all over the spectrum of what's going to happen. And with us going 100% virtual, and I understand that. I have to say, though, I think the district has done a fabulous job of getting us ready to do the hybrid. And it's a shame that we're not doing that, because Diana Gaeta has been working like nonstop. And I'm very proud of our district on how well we've done that. And we're actually ready to go to where it is possible to do that. So I was kind of sad that they went all virtual, but now everybody's fear is what's going to happen to me? What's going to happen to me? Because, you know, we can negotiate and do MOUs to try and get people repurposed and to do things so they don't get laid off or they don't have nothing to do or whatever. But we have a lot of people in our group, and I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I'll be working with Brad and Jaren and whoever to try and, you know, repurpose all these people so they all have something to do, so nobody feels like they have to be laid off, because people are scared. They think they're going to lose their job. So, and they're all being very understanding. I sent out an email yesterday to everybody explaining what was happening, what we're going to do. You know, just don't worry. We're going to work it out. The district's always been good to everybody. So, which kind of calmed a lot of people's nerves, because I got an email back from them. A lot of people saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. So that made them feel a lot better. But there's still others that aren't sure, you know, what's going to happen or what have you. And they're kind of chomping at the bit, wanting to know what is going to happen. So, and I think that's pretty much everybody. But, you know, I'm very proud of our district, how well all you leaders have done to get things going and making sure that we could do this for the kids.
Thank you, Sharon, and we appreciate all the time that you've been available to have meetings and being part of the task force and representing all of the employees. We share your angst. We share, as we know, all of this is unfolding every day. There's new information, and so we're trying to be as transparent and accountable, and we're trying to put out the data. We're trying to work within our means. But yes, we still have a lot of things to work through. But thank you for your comments. We appreciate it so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, I also wanted to give you a chance if you wanted to make a comment about what we heard. I know we're not usually supposed to be speaking about public comments, but if you had anything that you just wanted to clarify. No, Anna, Catherine, clarification?
I would like to say that I send a virtual hug to everyone who spoke and gave their thoughts in the comments, and they're taken to heart, and it's just a big thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Anne Marie, I have a lot of comments, but I don't think it's the time right now. In other words, so
Okay.
I want to wait until this is a subject we can actually discuss.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha. Any clarification, Mr. O'Neill? I see you, but I don't hear you.
I guess you couldn't see me either. No, not now.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will move on to our 9.1 45-day stay budget revision. Dr. Root.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, Board President Randall Trejo, Superintendent Matsuda, Cabinet, and Community. I'm going to share my screen real quickly with you so that you can see the presentation. So this is a presentation that we have not done in a few years here in Anaheim Union High School District, maybe in many years, but it is called the 45-day revise. And the purpose of the 45-day revise is because when we present the budget to you in June, the governor has actually not signed the formal budget. And so things can change for the positive or for the negative between the time we present to you and the time the actual budget is accepted. And then, as you all well know, we don't come back to you with a budget update until December. So this is a budget update. I want to again just recognize the work that we do together as a budget team. Jerry did a fabulous job getting the information and making the changes we needed to change in our budget so that we could present this to you today. So again, the legislature passed and Governor Newsom signed an on-time budget. Education Code 42-127 I-4 says that no later than 45 days after the governor signs the budget, the district shall make available for public review any revisions in revenues and expenditures that it has made to its budget to reflect the funding made available by the Budget Act. And so that is what we're indeed doing today. So with the budget, there were some major changes, and I'm not going to go into every change, but the ones that were most impactful to our budget. We had some definite positive budget changes. If you recall, when I did the budget presentation for you in June, I presented two budgets, the governor's proposed budget, the legislature's proposed budget, and my final closing comment was that it would end up somewhere in the middle, and that indeed is what happened. So from a positive front, there was an elimination of the negative 7.92% deficit factor. There was maintenance of the increase in funding for special education from $557 per student to $625 per student. And that's for all students. We're funded based on all of our students for special education, not just our students that are identified as having special needs. There was an ADA hold harmless for 2021 to the 2019-20 ADA. That is beneficial to us in two areas. First, it helps us because with COVID, with school closures, we have no idea as a district or anyone in the state has an idea of how that's going to impact students' ability to participate in education and be here. But for Anaheim Union High School District, it has another layer of benefit in that because we're a declining enrollment district, our ADA goes down. So this will hold harmless that ADA for that as well. We also had the reinstatement of several categorical programs. Most notable to our budget is the reinstatement of the Career Technical Education Incentive Grant. We've received that for the past several years. Most recently, it's about $1.6 million a year. So we were able to budget that back in, which is a portion of how we pay for our ROP program. And then something not impacting our general fund, but currently right now there are talks, we're still getting specifics on it, of a provision for an additional 75 cents for reimbursable meals during school closure. Why that could be important to our general fund is that we've been held harmless to maintain all of our employees within food services, yet we've seen a drastic decrease in the number of meals we have served to the community. And so every month, the food services program is losing money. Fortunately, we had a robust ending fund balance, but should that go away within the next year, the negative would come to the district and general fund would be required to pick up those expenditures. So this could be helpful should we continue in this COVID environment for a longer period of time. The negative change is that they're still recommending the elimination of the COLA for all years. And just to give you a perspective on that, for us, for the elimination of COLA, and assuming a 3% COLA for all the 4 years we budget out for, that's a loss of $120 million. If we take everything on the other side, with the exception of that deficit factor, it doesn't add up to that amount over the 4 years. So this one bullet is highly impactful. We've chatted before about the reality that to maintain status quo, we need a 4% COLA, cost of living adjustment. And that 4% covers any increases to health and welfare. It increases the increases to STRS and PERS, which we did continue to have a hold harmless on STRS and PERS, a reduction for 2 years. But also our step-in column and longevity that we pay for our employees. We have a natural increase of about 1.5% for employee salaries. And so that is part of that as well. And then again, it prohibited layoffs of certificated personnel minus that of management, transportation staff, food services staff, and custodial staff. That also can be an issue in some respects because there may have been some natural need for attrition due to declining enrollment within our district, and the fact for new food services in the elementary school district we also serve that we now cannot do based on this law. Our enrollment, we have continued that to remain the same for the next years, but where we see a change is within our ADA. So if you look at our ADA, we now have that little blue hold harmless right there. So just to indicate that that's there, but then the next year that we'll see a double drop, and I'll show that to you in a moment on a further slide. We have our revenue went back up into the 400 millions. So we're anticipating a revenue of $403,666,860. And again, that is about 93% state revenue. And there still is a lot of talk out there that we're going to see, we may receive a revised state budget come August or September. For most of you know that your personal income tax was revised from an April 15th date to a July 15th date. So it was just yesterday that many folks held off to pay their taxes. So the state is just going to be reconciling what they have as opposed to revenue. So we do need to keep an eye out on that. Again, another way of just looking at how our dollar is received. We also have our unduplicated pupil 3-year rolling average. And to just put this on the forefront, this is how we are part of the way we are allocated our supplemental concentration grant funding. So our unduplicated pupil count includes our foster youth, our English language learners, and our free and reduced lunch students. One concern we have is that if this is being held harmless with the ADA, still waiting to hear on that, but also ensuring that we are able to get a very loud message out to our community in both the elementary district and the high school district that we still need families to fill out the free and reduced lunch forms. regardless of whether the state were to remain on the waivers that we've had for food services where everybody is free. This money, which is again about $62 million for our school district, is money that is used to do so much of the important work we do with counselors and mental health professionals and additional programs. And so we want to ensure we have that funding to support our students, especially during this difficult time. So spending our money, we are projected to spend $411 million. And of that, it's about 80+% that is our certificated salaries, classified salaries, and employee benefits. Another way of looking at that. So what happened with when the governor signed the budget is we changed the assumptions that we worked with to schedule the budget. So we were able to, when I showed the slide to you in June, we were able to see that there was a deficit factor. We've removed that. We've adjusted the COLA to 0. We've put in that instead of a decline in funded ADA, that we would have a hold harmless. And there were some minimal changes in some of these years to the unduplicated count by just a 0.01. So not anything that was substantial. We also removed from this, if you recall, on the budget that we presented, we had a global reduction of $10 million a year in ongoing expenditures that we had assumed in the budget for 2021. We have removed that at this point also. Looking at the out years, you'll see the continuation of the 0 COLA. You'll see the decline in enrollment in ADA. And then again, we had some minor changes in duplicated count. So this is what I'm not sure why that's looking like that. We have our multi-year projection, and I always draw you to the bottom line anyway, so it's very clear what you can see. If you look at Roman numeral 2, number 2, available reserves, and out to that very last column, you will see that based on the governor's adopted budget, we are projected to be negative $30.6 million in the third year out. By law, we are required to do current year and 2 years out, so to be positive. So that would be where the 6.77 million is. So we are still currently positive there. When you're looking at those 3 years, is about $1.2 billion. To have 6 million left is smaller than we have had recently at that level. But looking at that 30.6 million in that third year out, we will by June of next year need to present a budget to you with reductions of over $30.6 million to be able to continue to have a positive budget. The reason that we see that going to $30.6 million is because our budget is currently under a structural deficit. This year, we're scheduled to do $3.2 million structural deficit in 2021, $13.9 million structural deficit in 21-22. And you'll notice a very large jump to that next year, 22-23 to $38.5 million of structural deficit. And again, growing to 45.6 in that fourth year. Most of the money that the governor provided us that was on the left side of those positive changes, a lot of it was just for a couple of years. The STRS and PERS was a 2-year. The ADA is just a single year. And so as we continue to not be able to project a COLA, that all goes into becoming a deficit for us. One of the other things that is going to be challenging for our district is this area of deferrals. I've been very fortunate as an assistant superintendent of business in my 6 years. I came right after the deferral period, but prior to my time as an assistant superintendent of business, this was commonplace for multiple years in the Great Recession. And so this chart shows you what the state is doing. So the state right now is saying we are going to allocate this money to schools, but we really don't have it to give to you. And so it's, the Popeye and the Wimpy. I actually heard a very similar thing on a presentation the other day, that they're saying we're going to pay, we want a hamburger today and we're going to pay you next week. So if you look at the very bottom of the chart where it says February, next February 2021, they're going to defer part of the money they provide to us out to November of 2021. So they're going to say, yes, Anaheim Union High School District, we're giving you the money, but we will not receive the cash. The same thing will happen in March, and that money will be paid to us in October, April, paid to us in September, May, paid to us in August, and then June, paid to us in July. Our current estimates on what the deferrals for that time will look like is about $58 million. And so what that means is that we will continue to keep a very, very close eye on our cash flow, because just because it's budgeted doesn't mean the cash is here yet. It may be money that's received later. And so we always do a 2-year cash flow, but we will keep an even closer eye on that to make sure that we understand when we might be getting low in cash, because that would require us to borrow money from the Treasury, which would be a cost to the district as well. You'll also see on the very left-hand side, we had a slight deferral this year as well. The state had one. So what are our next steps? Would be to review this, continue to review the state revenue for receipt of personal income tax as well as sales taxes. As people are quarantining at home, they're spending less money. And so that will be less money at the state in that area. We need to monitor for a potential federal relief package. The goal right now of that federal relief package would not be to give more money to public education. It would be, at this point, what I'm reading is it would be to be able to mitigate the deferrals. So the state would be able to pay us when we were supposed to receive. And again, the most important thing right now for us as a district is to continue to review the impacts of declining enrollment. When we see how many students arrive back into our hybrid, virtual, or in classroom school in August, and see how many students are still here, or did we sustain additional loss due to the economy, as well as our competing fiscal demands. And then we do need to look at starting to implement cost-saving reductions and staffing reductions to be able to have a plan for that $30 million shortfall we're going to see in our third year out. So that is the presentation for today. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. So again, like Dr. Freed said, it's always nicer to see your faces. I think I said that. Are there any questions today?
Thank you, Dr. Root. We'll just go in order. Mr. O'Neill, did you have any questions?
No, very, very good presentation. Thank you, Dr. Root.
Thank you. Mr. Jabbar?
Well, a couple of questions. One is, Jennifer, I'm sure this was presented to our ASTA folks and all our bargaining teams in terms of all the numbers.
We had shared our tentative numbers with them about a week and a half ago, I believe, and they're very similar to what they are now. They're off by, it sounds funny, but off by only about $1 million, which isn't big in our budget overall.
So all the numbers that we saw, ASTA members got to see.
I don't know if I showed them per se the structural deficit as it was, but they have heard the numbers of the ending fund balance. Yes.
Okay. And then the next question, well, I think that's okay. I think that's enough. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Piercy?
No questions, because Jennifer, you've done a very good job of letting us know what is going to be happening, and it's not great. I mean, this delayed funding, I find really confusing. But in other words, it's like you said, they're going to let me pay for my hamburger 2 weeks from now. You know, good job, Jennifer. Thank you. Unfortunately, we are so dependent upon the state, and they're just pushing things out further and further, and we need help. So, okay, good job, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My comment is, for the people listening in, we have to have a 3% reserve, correct?
Correct.
And that will not ever be touched. And it was reassuring because we're coming into unknown territory monetarily and with this virus. So I felt reassured, and rest assured we will stay close to your information and listen to you as it changes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jennifer, you said that we are dependent about 93% on the state budget. So we're really hoping that the federal dollars come in. What is the buzz out there with the money people? What are they saying? Is it coming in or?
You know, I haven't heard anything super recently. I know they are hoping for that. They're assuming that we had that back in the last recession and that will happen. But at this point, I have not heard anything more concrete recently, unfortunately. I can look into that though.
And to clarify, the last recession, we're not going to get as much money as we got in the last, it's not projected that we're supposed to get as much money as we got in the last recession.
Well, currently the money they're looking at is restoring to keep the budget whole versus going into reductions. The money that we have currently received for federal relief has all been targeted toward COVID relief. So it's all been for PPE, learning loss mitigation, really serving our students and ensuring that we minimize any impacts that they have due to this time, not necessarily to address the budget as a whole and supporting what we're already doing.
Okay, just to add a comment, I think board members, we have some work to do. We've got to contact our senators and Congress persons out there and advocate. You know, we want to keep our folks, and we want to make sure that we can stay afloat during this hard time. But thank you so much, Jennifer, for your time, and Jerry. And everyone that works on these presentations. Very concrete. I wish it was better news, though. Could have been worse. I guess we can go with that. Alrighty, moving on to 9.2, school dismissal and distance learning.
And that's the presentation that we held earlier out of order.
Oh, thank you.
So since this is an action item, do we have to start with the motion? And then
It's not we don't vote on.
No. 10.1.
Okay, there we go. 10.1. Resolution number 2020/21-BOT-02, reopening of schools for the 2020-21 year, action item.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Paulina, you'll have to decide who said it first. Any question or comments? Well, I guess we'll just take everyone in order. Mr.
And Madam President, this is the one that has the public comments.
Oh, that's right.
I could read those.
Wow. So my question to you, in kind of perusing over the comments, are most in favor of well, how many did you say we had?
I believe there are fewer and shorter comments than the last round. It will be less than 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe there were dozens more. Okay. Go ahead and read the comments. Thank you. I apologize.
No, of course. So the first comment comes from Daniel Kang of La Palma. Please make reopening of 2020 fall semester session to be 100% online only. This is not just for teacher and student, but also it is for the entire community in Orange County and Los Angeles County. Prepare 100% online session in advance as soon as possible. Please do not waste any seconds any longer debating on hybrid or online only. Make a solid statement of 100% online class will be provided for Anaheim Union High School District as soon as possible. The next comment is from Joe Konoski of Cyprus. Thank you for your time this afternoon. As a parent of 2 children in UHSD and a middle school teacher in a neighboring district, I strongly oppose sending students back to school campuses. When the surveys went out for parent input, I was torn by all of the different models and online possibilities, like Cambridge, which was being touted as a virtual option. After speaking to their staff, they don't accept all students who enroll. But the biggest issue wasn't being addressed. What happens when a student gets the virus? I read about transmission and mortality rates like everyone else, but it just takes one student to bring it home to a parent with an at-risk condition. If the true mortality rate of children is 0.0016, this is probably higher because students were the first to quarantine back in March, but I'll use it as a starting point. And AUHSD has 33,187 students. Then 53 students in our district would die. One life is too many, but 53. It is too much of a gamble. I understand the enormous pressure of a teacher doing distance learning and how difficult it can be, but I also see amazing ingenuity and perseverance in the teachers of our district. My son's teachers at Cypress High were thrown into the fire, and I thought they did a fantastic job. I know they have even received more training this summer, so I know my boys will get a top-tier education whether they are home or at school. We shouldn't put these hardworking people at risk either. They deserve our applause and protection. I guess my point is there is no rush to reopen. The conservative approach is to not reopen until we know the virus is under control. If we follow WHO guidelines and get the positivity rate under 5%, I believe we can reopen safely. Please follow the experts, science, and data. Thank you. The next comment is from Jennifer Morales, a district resident. Children going back to school, 7th to 12th grade, is easier to keep at home and away from the possibility of getting the virus. These are important measures to take for the safety of our children and their family. Please do not let students return back to school until it is safe again when the virus is gone. The next comment comes from Ryan Clock, a district resident. Dear AUHSD Board of Trustees, I'm writing to advocate to you my preference and reasoning for the return to school in August 2020 for your upcoming vote on the matter on July 16, 2020. First of all, I would like to say that I have 3 children at schools in the district, 1 at Lexington Junior High and 2 at Cypress High School. Before you for your consideration are 3 options on the reopening of schools. 1, full return to school sites for in-person instruction and activities. 2, a hybrid model of combination of virtual and distance learning and on-site learning. 3, 100% full virtual distance learning. I would like to say that I'm heartbroken for students of the 2020-21 school year, especially the seniors, of which my daughter is one. I am sure you and most parents are with me when I say that my wish is that the students could return to on-site school. However, after my research and thoughtful consideration, I believe that option number 3, full virtual distance learning, is the best, most prudent option for the physical safety of our children and the students. I implore you to cast your vote in this direction. Unfortunately, option 3 is not the best interest of children's academic health, social, and mental health. I recommend strongly that programs, outreach, and resources be created to provide and engage our children and teachers to a rigorous and structured virtual academic program that holds our students, their teachers, and their administrators accountable for attendance, participation, performance, and that inspires excellence. Furthermore, I recommend that our students, teachers, administrators, and parents and guardians be provided strong district and community support. Perhaps this can occur with programs that engage one socially and creates opportunities for engagement. The purpose being the fostering of healthy and robust psyche during this challenging season. I believe that strong financial support of the visual and performing arts would be a great ally to foster our children's expression of their thoughts and feelings as they traverse this time. Thank you for the opportunity to communicate to you my views on this matter. Our next comment comes from Hannah, an AUHSD student. I personally don't feel safe going back to school because the number of cases are rising and mostly in Anaheim, so I'm not entirely comfortable with returning to school. But school is also the only place I can actually focus on doing my schoolwork. At home, it is quite easy to get distracted, and since we are at home, we sleep late and wake up late. That means we're missing classes. While at school, we have a set time to get there and get ready. It's quite hard to choose one. It's either the safety of all of us or students' education. But I think most students can agree with me that it might not be the best idea to return, but it is easier to actually learn at school. It doesn't make it easier to decide, but it is also something to think about. Next comment comes from Amreen Kaur of Cyprus. AUHSD should not have any in-person instruction this coming school year. Yes, COVID-19 has a lower mortality rate for children, but it's not worth the risk. Also, I would like to ask, what is being done to protect staff and older family members of students who have a much higher mortality rate from the possibility of contracting the coronavirus? If AUHSD plans to make 4 or 5 days online, then why not make the entire week online? If there is in-person instruction, I believe that there is a high chance that students and staff will be more focused on keeping themselves safe rather than focusing on instruction, which makes the reasons for in-person instruction somewhat invalid. As cases continue to rise, it just doesn't make sense to have any in-person instruction. If there were around 2,000 to 3,000 cases on COVID-19 nationally on March 14th and schools were closed, then does it make sense to reopen when there are 3.48 million? Los Angeles and San Diego Unified School Districts have already declared that their instruction will be all online this fall. So I don't see a reason why we shouldn't. Also, the board should be taking guidance of public health professionals and keeping the health of students, staff, and their families in mind first and foremost, which the hybrid model does not fully consider, in my opinion. The next comment comes from Ella Camarena, an AUHSD resident. Frankly, it is disconcerting to see that it is even an option at this point to have in-person classes. As a student of the district, I can see that many of my peers continue to be unsafe, continue to congregate and participate in unnecessary activities, and I'd much rather not risk becoming infected at this point in time. Seeing how many schools are handling things such as item drop-offs or pickups, sports programs, or other non-essential events, I honestly do not feel as if the district is protecting me. Regardless of class size in a hybrid model, I see peers posting on social media about their unnecessary excursions or going up to each other to talk and hug at item drop-offs or hanging out in large groups. The precautions taken by a few and enforced by even less will not have any effect against the vast majority of careless people. It is simply not yet time to begin taking risks this large. Numbers continue to rise to record-breaking highs, so the suggestion of this seems ludicrous. The next comment is from Cecilia Hinosa of Cyprus. Good morning. I want to thank the superintendent for his leadership and all the teachers and all staff for the amazing job they did in distance learning for the last months of the 2019-2020 school year. Also want to thank you for the decision of bringing the distance learning model for the upcoming year to keep students safe and staff. The next comment comes from Allison Lee. Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Allison and I am a new teacher in the district. When we first heard whispers of the COVID-19 pandemic, students asked me what I thought about it. I brushed it off, remembering my experiences seeing H1N1, Ebola, and Zika fears come and go. I told them that more people die from the flu. I told them as long as they wash their hands and cough into their elbows, they would be fine. On the day that would be the last day of school, I met a student who was not my own. They were in utter panic about COVID-19 because they had a health condition that put them at higher risk of dying. And I comfort them saying COVID-19 would not impact our community. I was wrong. I was wrong. Online learning this past spring was terrible. I worried about my students, particularly their emotional well-being. If I wasn't doing well emotionally, how would an adolescent feel? Another concern was learning loss. These same worries are on my mind now as we consider reopening plans. There is no learning loss worse than losing a friend, a teacher, or a family member to COVID-19. There is no learning loss worse than a student dying themselves. If we are to believe the non-expertise of Betsy DeVos, only 0.02% of students will die. With AUHSD serving over 30,000 students, that percentage comes to 6 children. 6 children. How many families is that? How many other children will get sick? How many teachers get sick? How many people will have their lives crushed, knowing that a child we should have helped thrive and succeed instead loses their life because we decided we had to go to school in person? 6 children who will never again get to play sports. 6 children who will never get to finish high school. 6 children who will never get the chance to apply for college, regardless of the learning loss this past summer. 6 children who will be acknowledged for the last time in a school yearbook spread. We know Anaheim is one of the hardest hit cities in Orange County, with over 3,000 cases and over 100 lives lost at the time of my writing. This is without schools being open for in-person education. Even if we use a hybrid model with temperature scans and masks and social distancing, spread from asymptomatic carriers can and does happen. All it takes for our communities to be at risk is one small mistake or one big fear. One teacher afraid of losing their job or one parent afraid of losing theirs. We need to be supporting our community in safely staying home. This past spring, teachers and students had to make an immediate, unprepared transition, and yet we saw the resiliency and brilliance that students have always had, albeit buried somewhat due to the circumstances. I urge you to vote for 100% online learning until there is publicly available vaccine. Online learning will not be perfect, but teachers can do better and students can learn. Even if the majority of their learning gains are years from now when schools reopen, they just need a chance. They need to be alive. Thank you. Our final public comment with respect to this item comes from Stephanie Wade of Anaheim. Good morning, President Randall Trejo and trustees. My name is Stephanie Wade. I'm an Anaheim resident residing in Mr. Jabbar's first trustee area. Though I am the parent of a grown child and a 3rd grader who attends school in Culver City Unified, I am, as a former PE and social studies teacher with 15 years of experience, writing to express my concern about agenda item 10.1 concerning the reopening of school. I do this because we are all stakeholders and the entire community, even those who live outside of Anaheim, will be affected by the decisions you make here. I do not envy your position. The matter of school policy has become hyper-partisan and it shouldn't be. Indeed, that this matter has become a political football is indicative of the broader ills of our society. This is not to say that there are easy choices to make here. Even those who suggest that we should simply follow the science are wrong. The truth is that you must make a decision about school safety that, while informed by the best data and science possible, must at root be a moral decision. This is so because no matter what you do, there will be great harm done to some parties. Thus, your decision is not a scientific decision, it is a moral and ethical one in which there are no right answers. Your opening of schools task force was charged with coming up with which formulated 3 options for opening the district schools: a blended instructional model, a full virtual/distance learning instruction model, and a full in-person instructional model. I hope it is clear now, with the entire state moving to tighten its restrictions as we face out of control viral spread, that we must plan for the fully distance learning model. But I also hope that the board can give guidance to the task force to come up with not only the best possible distance learning platforms, but also some provisions for families that may not have the ability to teach or even care for their children at home. Perhaps employing teachers and certificated staff in socially distanced homes, visit and helping to create pods of families that can be mutually supportive and help ease the burdens of this very difficult at-home schooling task. Most of all, however, I want to apologize for the position you are in. It would be utterly unfair to say that's why you make the big bucks, because I know you are hardworking public servants who draw no salary. So let me tell you that while I expect you to act courageously in the public interest, I will support you in making difficult decisions that will displease many partisans on both sides. Just assure us that you are acting in the best interest of all stakeholders and that you are doing your best to weigh and apportion the benefits and inevitable harms of your decisions equitably. Thank you. That's the final comment.
Thank you so much for reading your public comments. And we appreciate all of your public comments and we appreciate the understanding. Okay, Mr. O'Neill, we'll start with you with comments or questions or clarifying questions.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say how much I appreciated receiving emails from many people expressing their opinions, and it doesn't have to be on just the subject we're talking about now, but at any time you should be able to send your opinions to myself or any board member so that we can hear what you have to say. Second, I want to say thank you for the input that our parliamentarian just read to us concerning your thoughts about opening up the schools. It is a very difficult time for everyone, not just the teachers and the students, but the whole community at large, because the teachers and the students interact with the community. So that is very important on my mind, as I'm sure is on everybody's mind. Our staff and our children must come first in safety. We want them to be back in class. We need them to be back in class so that they can learn to the best of their ability, they can teach to the best of their ability, and they can become better citizens as they grow. We know that being on a virtual, whether it's full virtual or blended, is not the best course of education possible, but it is the best possible education we can provide them at this time when we think about their safety must come first. So I'm all in favor of the full virtual learning at this point in time, with a caveat that as time goes on, we need to keep our finger on the pulse of what is going on in the community and in our district and surrounding communities so that we can go to the next step in bringing our students back and our teachers back into the classroom. So thank you, and I'll pass it on.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Mr. Jabbar?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Carl, for taking the time to read those comments. For the last couple of weeks, I've been receiving not only phone calls, but also emails. And I think it's indicative of our parent survey that we did. I did get calls about people who wanted a complete virtual distant learning model from not only parents, but also our teachers. But I also got calls from people who wanted in person. And I think if you take a look at the parent survey, you had about 67.6% who are looking for a in-person or preferred model in terms of wanting to have their students back in school. But at the end of the day, I think as board members, we have to take a look at and make sure that we're making the right choice for our student safety, our employee safety. And I'm sure that the rest of the board members are doing the same when they cast their vote. I am concerned about our English learners. I'm concerned about our special ed students. I'm concerned about our mental health of our students by going virtual. But at the end of the day, I think I'm confident and confident that our staff, AUHSD staff, have looked into all of that when they recommended first the blended model, but then coming back and saying that let's go the virtual model. I think it's important to know, and I don't know how many of the folks who are actually advocating for in-person have taken a look at the numbers for our cities. Yes, some of our cities have low numbers, but if you take a look at Anaheim, we have, as of yesterday, 4,515 COVID cases. In Buena Park, we have 716 cases. In Cypress, we have 245 cases. In La Palma, we have 86 cases. In Stanton, we have 295 cases. Now, all that, if you take a look at and go deep into the zip codes, I think you're seeing a different picture where, there are a lot of hotspots. And what we really need to look at is the numbers in our children. Orange County Healthcare Agency just recently put out numbers, city-based, in terms of the numbers of 0 to 17 age population. And I'll rattle those numbers off. As of yesterday, we had in Anaheim 281 cases. In Buena Park, 42 cases. In Cypress, 9 cases. In La Palma, 5 cases. And in Stanton, 22. But if you take a look at today, those Anaheim cases went up to 293. The Buena Park went to 44. Cypress went up by 1 to 10. La Palma stayed the same, but Stanton stayed the same. But if you take a look at and correlate those with what Dr. Parker just mentioned this morning in his presentation, it's hard for us to contain this disease if we were to send our kids to our school when it takes about 3 days to figure out contact tracing, or 3 days to kind of figure out if the person is infected or not. They're on campus infecting everybody else, and we won't know until 3 days later. And then compounded by that is the fact that Orange County has a delay in testing results. So we wouldn't technically know if a person is actually sick or not almost a week after. So we won't, as a district, we can't take that risk. And I think another part that I wanted to kind of emphasize, where a lot of these parents hopefully would take a look at and evaluate, is that there's a hotbed in Anaheim in terms of COVID cases. Some of those students actually go to Oxford, go to Cypress, go to Kennedy. So we don't have control over who is going to those campuses if we were to open up and say we are inviting all these kids back on campus. It's not only that. I think, you looked at the numbers that Dr. Parker said in terms of making sure that, if you have about 1,000 teachers, right, we're looking at about 36 teachers and staff members getting infected. So as a board member, I take all this into consideration. Although I would love to have our kids back on campus, I think I'm going to side with the fact that we need to go full-blown virtual for the next school. So having said that, I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Jabbar. Ms. Piercy?
Okay, like my previous 2 fellow board members, I received lots and lots of emails from our parents and teachers. And I want to thank you all. And when I started getting them at the very beginning, I tried to answer them. Well, then I got inundated and I couldn't really get to answering all of them. There were so many of them. And many of them were expressing their opinions, both sides. But as I went along, we were initially, working on this hybrid model, which I thought was fine, even though it was only 1 day a week, which I thought was not sufficient. Kids need to be in school getting socialization. But then as the numbers in our community, in our Orange County community, started to rise, and then we get this influx, I started thinking, well, wait a minute, maybe this isn't a good idea. Okay. And so, in other words, like a lot of people, what I thought at first, I sort of started changing my mind because of what was happening. Opening school is a danger for not only the teachers, but the students. Right now, in light of this growing numbers, and we're in an unbelievable time. And I had to think not only of the students, because I've got kids that will be going to our schools, my grandkids. I have a daughter who's a teacher in our school, and I have to think about them, and I think about what I do. I actually ask myself, how would I feel if I had to go back to work in the classroom right now? So, when you start thinking about it on a real, personal level, you realize we're in such an unbelievable time. We can't go back full time, and there are some people that still believe, kids aren't going to get hurt. Well, Al just read some statistics of numbers of students 0 to 17 that have now come down with it. They're not immune. So we start out right now, I think we need to start off as a total virtual, but we're ready to go hybrid and we're ready to go back. Our district is really on top of it. We have planned for all 3. So as things change, because it's been a bouncing ball with this, you know, this virus has just been unbelievable. We don't know one day to the next. So we'll start off virtual. I believe that's the best. And then if things get better, then we can always change and maybe try hybrid. So that's how I'm feeling. And I know there are students out there that are dying to come back to school because that was their socialization. That was their escape. Unfortunately, some people, you know, but we have to take the safest path right now. And I believe that is virtual. So that's where I stand.
Thank you, Ms. Piercy. Ms. Smith?
Well, in short form, I can say that all the elements of what we're dealing with are all unknowns. And I know one thing, that in order for us to do the right thing, we need to stay on IT with the virtual teaching.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Just like my colleagues, I did receive a lot of emails from parents, teachers, especially a couple of students, and I will respond to the students. I know, Anna, it's hard to start responding to all of them. I spoke before that I think that if our employees would just take a minute and really look over, and our parents who are watching and anyone else out there, look at the PowerPoint presentation. There's a lot of information there that really speaks to the efforts that the school district has been making to come to these decisions with the hybrid and or the virtual or the full on. Just waking up today, listening to the news, California has the second highest numbers of cases in the state. And it's increasing of hospitalizations and increased deaths. You cannot ignore those headlines. It's real and it's happening. I was leaning towards the hybrid because a couple weeks ago, because I was sat on the task force and I listened to the thorough content of how we're going to clean the classrooms and the number of students and the social distancing and the masking and temperature taking. And so a couple of weeks ago, I was very, very confident that our school district had thoroughly vetted all of the concerns that a lot of the teachers were writing to us about. But then we saw those hotspot data from UCI, and extremely alarming that we didn't even have those numbers up until just about a week and a half ago. That's alarming that we're not even getting the correct data properly vetted to us, which should be a concern for many people out there. You just have to look at the science. You have to look at this data, and you can't ignore it. Of course, we want our kids. We want everything to be normal at this point in time, of course. But we have systems in place. Our curriculum and our education systems are going to be, I don't want to use the word rigorous. That's not the word that we use in our district, but it's going to be quality education. Our teachers that are asking for us to go virtual are going to put their 100% effort into teaching our students, because they are going to feel safe at home. And our students out there, we're going to do our utmost best to try to combat this issue. Our school district's working at this time to help the agencies out there to combat COVID, and we're learning every day about the best ways to to stay safe and healthy. And just know that we care for you. Just know that if there's anyone that you need to reach out to, that we're here and we're thinking about you. We are not abandoning you, and we are going to reach out to you even more so. And parents, we feel you too. I had 2 children, and I don't know, would have been very difficult to send mine in. On a personal note, I am a classified employee, and I'm not sure what my district's going to do. If we're going to go virtual, or if we're going to go hybrid, or full on. And I have angst too. I'm not sure. So, that comes into play with my decision as well. So on that note, if anyone else has anything to add, I'll just let you chime in. This is a really important decision that we're making. Any other comments, clarifying questions? All right. Okay, so we will call for the vote. Mr. O'Neill?
Aye. For the virtual.
For the virtual, yes. Mr. Jabbar?
Aye for the virtual.
Ms. Piercy?
Aye for the virtual.
Ms. Smith?
Aye for the virtual.
And I vote aye as well for the virtual. Thank you, colleagues. I should have read the considerations, but I think we'll just move on. I think everybody understands what we've done. So thank you so much. Item 10.2, resolution number 2020/21-F-01, State Allocation Board and School Facility Program Beyond Bond Authority Acknowledgement. To roll call.
So moved.
Second.
And Mr. O'Neill seconded. Any questions or comments or presentation? Okay, hearing none. Call for the vote. Mr. O'Neill?
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar?
Aye.
Ms. Piercy?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Item 10.3, resolution number 2020/21-F-02, approval of notice of exemption for the Anaheim High School fire alarm upgrade. Action item.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or comments? Clarifying questions? Okay. Hearing none, calling for the vote. Mr. O'Neill?
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar?
Aye.
Ms. Piercy?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
And I vote aye. 10.4, resolution number 2020/21-F-03, approval of notice of exemption for the Magnolia High School site improvement project. Action item.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Is there a presentation or questions? No? Okay. Questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none.
I will comment.
Okay.
I'm glad to see this. Magnolia needs some improvements. And they're going to get some shade, which is great, over that band area. And quite an extensive amount of cover, which they need, because they have this massive courtyard, or center area with no shade. A few trees, thank goodness for the trees. But no, this is well-deserved, long needed, and I'm for it. Let's get it done.
All right, here. I agree. The plans look beautiful. All righty, calling for the vote. Mr. O'Neill?
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar?
Aye.
Ms. Piercy?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Item 10.5, board policy, multiple policies, second reading, action or information item.
Move 1 through 11.
Second.
Second, okay, moving 1 through 11. Any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. Call for the vote. Mr. O'Neill,
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar,
Aye.
Ms. Piercy,
Aye.
Mrs. Smith,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Item 10.6, rejection of liability claim action item.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any clarifying questions on this? Okay, hearing none. Calling for the vote. Mr. O'Neill,
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar,
Aye.
Ms. Piercy,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Item 10.7, interagency agreement, Anaheim Academy DBA Vibrant Minds Charter School action item.
So moved.
Okay, do I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any questions, clarification? Okay. This is Vibrant Minds, formerly known as Goals Academy, just to want to make sure folks know. This is in the Anaheim Elementary School District, and we're providing food services for them. Okay, Mr.
I also wanted to, I know this is about the food service, but I wanted to say that I reached out to Adela from our district to reach out to the principal of Debbie Schroeder, because she needed some help with some of their McKinney-Vento students who are our students. So I know Adela, I think, reached out to them. So
She
glad
did.
that we're partnering with them.
She reached out.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Jabbar. We are a team, and they're all our families. Yes. Mr. O'Neill, we're calling for the vote. Mr. O'Neill,
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar,
Aye.
Ms. Piercy,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Item 10.8, memorandum of understanding, template mobile, COVID-19 testing action
So
item.
moved.
I will second this.
Second.
Can we just provide our audience with just a quick clarification
Basic
as to what this is?
information.
Yeah, quick information as to what this entails. Mr. Matsuda, are you there? Or is Carlos?
This is part of a partnership with Latino Health Access and the Orange County Healthcare Agency, and to provide mobile testing at Anaheim High School for symptomatic people in the high impact zip code near Anaheim High School. And it was all filled, over 200 appointments plus some walk-ins. So it does reflect the data that a spread is going on in these areas. So we're grateful to the partnership for bringing some mobile testing clinics right away. And I know that we're going to continue that over at Magnolia High School and I believe Catella High School beginning next week. So thank you again for the partnership.
Yes, we are honored. And I was wondering, well, I had just had a couple, just putting that out there. Maybe you can find this, get this information to me later. But I heard a number of people were coming up and asking if they could, without an appointment, off the street. And so just was wondering if that would be, if we are open to that possibility. I know you kind of don't want to get flooded, and they have a system.
We had some walk-ins, but as you know, too, the yesterday the Orange County supervisors, I think Mr. Chafee and others announced a partnership with Orange County Healthcare to open up the Anaheim Convention Center as a free testing drive-through
place. And I think you can go online at the Orange County Healthcare Agency to make appointments. It's free, and it's open to all residents of Orange County. So I think with that, we'll be able to maybe catch up on some of the testing piece as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions? Okay, calling for the vote. Mr. O'Neill,
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar,
Aye.
Ms. Piercy,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Item 10.9, Memorandum of Understanding, International Korean Educators Network, IKEN. Action item.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Questions, comments? Okay, calling for the vote. Mr. O'Neill,
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar,
Aye.
Ms. Piercy,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Item 10.10, Memorandum of Understanding with Cypress College. Action item.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Okay, moved
One
and
moves, 1 seconds.
Second.
moved and seconded. Questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. Calling for the vote, Mr. O'Neill,
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar,
Aye.
Ms. Piercy,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Consent calendar. Does anyone have anything to pull? Mr.
We
O'Neill.
miss 10.11, right? 10.11.
You missed one.
Oh, sorry, I'm going too fast. 10.11, thank you. Agreement, Explore Learning, LLC, DBA, Gizmos.
So moved.
Moved, I
It
get. I need
doesn't
to-
say action, but I'm assuming it is.
Me too. Ms. Piercy moved it. Do I get a second?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on this item?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of take this back to the whole issue of teaching, but I know that it says that 200 teachers and over 4,000 students participated in the pilot. But I want to make sure that our teachers were given the opportunity to give input and all that. Jaron?
Yeah, so this was part of a grant, and the feedback that we had been given from the teachers that participated absolutely loved it. And keep in mind, this grant was prior to COVID-19. So this was already a tool that was enhancing and supplementing the work that we were already doing. But now that we have been virtual, they had said that this allowed them to continue doing labs and the work that they couldn't do in person, right? Which for our classes remain A through G and those elements, we have to be able to continue offering labs. So the teachers that participated absolutely loved it. I know we're going to be doing some training with our teachers to enhance that. And we had representation from every site as part of that piece, which they spoke to it and how much they valued it. And of course, with CVA, with that being pure virtual, even when we're able to go back, they're going to remain virtual. This is going to help them as well offer A through G labs and all the sciences. So yes.
All right, thank you so much. Any more comments or questions from the board? Hearing none. Calling for the question, Mr. O'Neill. Or
Aye.
vote. Thank you, Mr. Jabbar.
Aye.
Ms. Piercy,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Now we are in consent calendar. Anyone wish, or just go, I'll go in order. Mr. O'Neill, you have something to pull?
Yes. 11.13BB.
Thank you. Mr. Jabbar, do you have anything to pull? Ms. Piercy, do you have anything to pull?
No.
Ms. Smith, do you have anything to pull?
No.
I didn't hear a no from Mr. Jabbar. I don't see him on my screen. Did he go? No. Okay. All right. I didn't see that. Okay. May I have a motion for the balance?
So
Move the balance.
Okay. Move for the balance, and Ms. Piercy seconding. Calling for the vote, Mr. O'Neill,
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar?
Yes, got it. I'm sorry, I accidentally clicked. So no, none.
Okay, you didn't have anything
No.
that you wish to
We're
pull?
voting.
No, I didn't. Oh, we're
Yeah,
voting.
we're
Okay, I'm
voting.
We're
sorry.
voting.
Yeah,
Voting
yeah.
for the ballot.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Ms. Piercy
Aye.
and Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Okay, 1113, may I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, BB,
Second.
1113 BB, moved and seconded, calling for the vote, Mr. O'Neill,
Abstain.
Mr. Jabbar,
Aye.
Ms. Piercy,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Thank you. Do we have any reports from cabinet? I'm seeing.
No report, no report.
No reports. Okay, moving on to report of the board members. Mr. O'Neill.
I just want to thank all those that have communicated with myself over the past few weeks concerning, well, about their concerns, and thank them for it. And unfortunately, we have to move forward in the direction we're moving. But let's just really look forward to the future when we're more back to normal, and we can start giving the students the education that they so rightly deserve.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Mr. Jabbar?
Yeah, ditto. I just wanted to mention, first of all, thank everybody who communicated, but at the same time, I want to take the opportunity to thank Orange County Healthcare Agency and Latino Health Access for partnering with Anaheim Union High School District on this testing of our community in certain parts of Anaheim. I wanted to especially thank Dr. Jose Moreno, who's the council member for Anaheim, for really taking the lead in the absence of leadership in Anaheim, talking about this particular issue and bringing awareness to this issue and making sure that bringing people together. I think he called a meeting of all the school districts to make sure that they understood the severity of this. He called a meeting of faith-based organizations so that we make sure that they knew what was going on, so that we could get to the point where we are at. We are now in the testing phase. I know that we're going to have locations. We're going to have locations in Magnolia and Savannah and Catella in the coming days. But also at the same time, we are, the city was supposed to kind of get their act together and step up and work on something. So I'm glad that as a county, we partnered with, when I say we, my day job, we partnered with Anaheim City to open up this testing site in Anaheim Convention Center. But I wanted to take that special moment to thank Dr. Moreno for his work on shedding light to this.
Thank you, Mr. Jabbar. Ms. Piercy?
Well, I again want to thank everyone that contacted me, and like I wrote back in a couple of responses, you are more than welcome at any time to contact myself or any of the board members. That's what we're here for. We are here to represent you, whether it is a parent or a student or an employee. And we listen and we try our best. And I got both. I mean, I got all sorts of opinions on what we're doing. Unfortunately, we cannot make everyone happy, but I do believe we are doing the best we can, and we are trying to keep everyone as safe as possible and still learning. And I want to encourage everyone listening, all these parents that maybe are listening in or teachers, we have a big job to do teaching virtually. It's going to be a learning experience for the teachers and the students both. And let's remember, this is our school right now, and you have to work at it. Everybody has to work at it, and we will adapt. We are able to adapt, and let's forge ahead and do the best we can. And hopefully, when things get better, we can go back to the old-fashioned way of school at some point in time. But right now, 2020 is a unique year, and it is one we are going to remember forever. Not necessarily favorably, but we will remember it because it is a very different time. So let's hope we'll all be working to get school started and do the best we can.
Thank you, Ms. Piercy. Ms. Smith?
I listened in on the disciplinary committee and I learned a lot about discipline, law, virtual teaching, and it was very informational. And I did want to share that my husband told me something recently that from where he is coming from his background in medicine, that pandemics happen roughly every 100 years. And I never remember my father or his generation talking about living through the last pandemic, which is rather interesting because I'm hoping our kids and our grandchildren will share this experience with the next generation. And then lastly, I never knew about the event in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So as we go along in life, we learn and we take that with us and make new decisions and decide what we're going to do. Thank you, one and all, and we keep you all close to our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I just wanted to report that at our ROP meeting, we entered into a pension stabilization plan, and I see Jennifer nodding her head. I hope maybe we can explore or look into that ourselves. We entered into a moderate growth plan. I think we're just trying to figure out ways to save and not have those types of plan eat at the budget every year. So I thought that was a pretty smart move. I have attended various webinars and still talking to a lot of our assembly folks, and I think pressing hard on them really help them to realize what the school districts are going through and push back on that budget proposal of the governor with the 10% cut straight across. So I think we still have a lot of work to do with our federal folks. And I think they're listening, so we've got to keep up. I attended a couple of food distribution, one that just happened like within a day, because we have fabulous people like Kathy Woodard. We work with her on the Black Culture History Parade. She had a milk distributor, and that had been going on, but this one day event happened that they had milk, cheese, butter, and dairy products in boxes to give out to the community. And Maritza Bermudez, our fabulous AUHSD parent extraordinaire, has all kinds of the connections with the public, with the community, and got that distribution taken care of within 24 hours. So a shout out to her. Shout out to
if I may add, I know that the Bros actually helped in that distribution on a couple of occasions. So that's our Anaheim Bros.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And our teachers were helping as well, who are connected with that group. Just a lot of wonderful selflessness going on. Heartfelt, kind actions are taking place within our district, and all of the fact that these organizations can come to us because they know that we're going to get it done, take care of the community. I attended the Anaheim High School testing facility yesterday, and just amazed at the professionalism and how that all connected, and I'm really looking forward to really combating a lot of this COVID issues. And on that note, I just want to give a shout out to to a person that we all know and love, who is deserving of our hearts at this time. Our former superintendent, Jan Billings, who lost her husband. Theirs is a love story that if you know them, you know that Ross loved her with every fiber of his being, and he built a castle for her, if you will. And I just want to send out our best wishes and love, and I hope that we'll get to, one day hug her. And it's such a sad thing to happen, but it's just an amazing love story if you hear about it. So on that note, I will entertain a motion for adjournment. If anyone has anything else to say, I will open that up for any agenda items or adjournment.
So move to adjourn.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Mr. O'Neill.
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar.
Aye.
Ms. Piercy.
Aye.
Ms. Smith.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Thank you, everyone. Have a great
Okay,
afternoon.
the work for